Lovely day here in Test Series warm-up game. CWI President's 11 taking on the England team. And first of all, before we go any further, we want to congratulate the West Indies Women's Warriors team for really, producing an exciting. It brought back days of old in terms of Mali when the West Indies men would have won the first World Cup, and that was an exciting feat. Congratulations to the entire team, coaching staff, everyone here from us here on the West Indies YouTube channel. Thanks very much for joining us. And if you're listening to us on Platinum FM 97.9, I want to say good morning to Mali Richards, who's alongside. But he could have been talking. Well, you know it is. We got to talk. Mali, good morning.
Good morning, Vernon. Good morning to the
Did you follow the game?
I started, fell asleep, but I woke to the result.
You woke to the result?
Which was a fantastic result.
No, Mali, trust me. If they can just feel better and just be tighter in the field.
It's the perfect start, though,
yes,
in terms of that confidence, to get that win, especially against opposition in New Zealand, who, if you'd been following the previous series against India, they were so dominant against a good Indian team, so they would have had hopes of knocking the West Indies over, but it wasn't to be.
Well, we're here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies, and the action has started overnight. On day 3, England closed on 77 for 3, and Brian Charles has already started his first delivery to the wicketkeeper, Mr. Folks, and it's a dot ball. So he's just faced his second delivery, playing a little inside out. Just would like to see Brian Charles just giving it just look slow. Don't need to try anything. Just put some revs on the ball. As we say good morning to all our listeners all over the world. Canada, United Kingdom, that's much better. You see the difference there. He's got to wait. He's just coming. So he's not let the ball coming onto bat. So he completed his last 3 deliveries from overnight, where he picked up that important wicket. And so the score remains on 77 for 3. Chicky's high five blaring through with the music. What's your thoughts on the last session yesterday, Mali?
The West Indies would have been the President's 11 would have been very disappointed to be back out in the field. Quite a few soft dismissals, especially in quite batting-friendly conditions, even though we have seen variable bounce at times. You can think of that wicket, the Zach Crawley wicket, the last one to go down before the close of play, basically rolled along the ground. But to be back out in the field, they'd be very disappointed. But one man who's looking to take every opportunity afforded to him is Sherman Lewis. It looks like it's going to be him starting from the Northern or Coolidge end.
Well, one of the things that I really didn't like yesterday, Mali, is that almost looked like a situation where Shane Dawes went into a defensive mood and wanted Lewis to be bowling like wide of the wicket. You remember we were on and we were saying, hey, on this track
straight.
Here, just bowl straight.
The
Anything
line
can
of
happen.
attack has to be straight. If you remember how England adjusted to the conditions
and the lengths that they bowled,
and worked out pretty quickly that in order to be successful on this deck, they had to bowl most of the deliveries within the line of the stumps.
Dan Lawrence making a statement. He gets his first delivery from Lewis, and he just squeezes this one past the gully, in the vacant gully area, and gets an easy single. So he starts the morning very well. He goes up to 13, and the score goes up to 78 for 3. It's a lovely morning here in Antigua and Barbuda, and it is a lovely day in the Caribbean, because the West Indies women team, they have won. And they have a lot of followers. They have a lot of fans. So a lot of folks watched the game, looked at the highlights, and hey, you can't talk about the universe boss, Deandra Dartin. She says, give me that ball. I think I can win this game here for the West Indies. And she delivers.
That absolute spectacular knock as well from Hayley Matthews.
Oh, that was class. Beautiful class. Lois comes in now to bowl to Folks. And Folks is just turning this to Springer. The catching, more or less short mid-on, real short. He's in a catching position. This morning, Shane Dawes starting with a slip. A wide third man, more or less. A cover, mid-on, mid-off. Short mid-on catching, mid-wicket. And then they're playing a little bluff game here. They got a deep backward square leg. You think Sherman Lewis is going to run in and bowl anything short, Mali?
I think at some point he will,
You think he's got the gas to find that one?
I think he does, and not only to maybe hit a helmet, but for it to roll as well, because we have seen when a few bowlers have tested out the middle of the pitch, the bounce has been variable.
And the tinge of grass that we're talking about as we look here on our screen, you could see it glaring coming through. And you know, Mali, I came here, there was so much grass. Where's the grass gone?
I don't know. You've got the Khadij's
You told me it's in the practice net area.
I didn't tell you that. I think it's probably Sylvester that told you that. But I don't know.
78 for 3. You're listening to the West Indies YouTube channel. Live cricket action. It's the warm-up game. Lewis in out the bowl to folks is driving up the mid-off, can't score. The man who scored a brilliant 100 and has been the talking point of the Caribbean, Raymond Reefer, hurls a return to Shane Darwish. Some folks in the first test team must be shaking.
Yeah, definitely.
Because Raymond Reefer has made a statement.
He has a massive statement as well.
And anytime the West Indies is touring again or even playing any test matches, he's in the conversation.
But this is what we want, you know.
Competition for places.
Competition for places. It brings the best out of players. You either sink or swim.
Talk to the folks in Jamaica, Guyana, Barbados, Canada, New York. Ooh, the one is squeezed off at the field of wide point. Has a lot of running to do. I'm trying to work this field out, Miley. You're going to have to explain this to me. Because just a while ago, Shane Mosley would have had a lot of work there. That squared him up completely. He's on a deep point and had to come at least about 20 meters around. I'm trying to figure out the option. Why spring away he is for folks?
Because the line of attack should be straight. It should be off stump, middle and off generally. That's why Shamar Springer would be at a straight mid-on position there, possibly for Ben Folks, if he just looks to drive and doesn't quite get to the pitch of one.
Here is Folks just whipping this one away in the field at deep back of square. Casey Caddy has a lot of running to do. So the lines here just a little bit off. And sometimes it's not a difficult
as well.
Yeah. Have to kind of adjust his length. We look over and we see that looks as if some showers might be coming in, but I see Caddy looking around the corner and he's saying no, not yet. It's going over by the Jumbie Bay area. Over number 2 has been completed. In fact, the first over, along with the 3 balls, have been completed for the morning. Lawrence 13, Folks 4, and Lois 1 for 15 from 5 overs.
And it's those balls that have been pitched more of a back of the length that have shot along the pitch that have caused the most problems actually for the batters. But on that occasion, just a little too full from Sherman Lewis there, just drifting onto the pads, and Ben Folks clipping that nicely to a wide mid-wicket area where Casey Carty had to come around and save the boundary.
A little overcast condition here at the Coolidge.
All of a sudden, isn't it?
Yeah, the home of Cricket West Indies.
It's gotten quite dark.
All good. It's gleaming over. Charles starts from the media center end to Lawrence, and Lawrence comes quietly forward. He's on 13. I like the look of Dan Lawrence.
Definitely.
He's somebody that I'm going to have penciled down and will be following. What I've seen so far. He uses his feet and just undrives up to Shamar Springer in the mid-wicket area.
Fidgety, quirky player. Does things slightly differently. If you can remember, he picked up 2 wickets yesterday, 2 important wickets as well. Quirky action. Almost slightly awkward, you know.
83 for 3. Another delivery by Brian Charles. Just slow it down a little bit. You don't need to put that speed on it. It's not a one-day game. Even a one-day game, you can afford to toss it up.
Bowled well over 50 overs already in this match.
That's good. That's better. Driven through cover for 4. Lovely shot by Folks.
That was better for Ben Folks on that occasion, wasn't it? But
yes.
Just slightly overpitched,
just
too wide as well.
Yeah, you can't give him that width there. You just want to start it just a little bit. Grungsman moving in position. So we might have a rain delay here.
But I think he's better served bowling the ball into the wickets, looking to exploit this variable bounce.
Just put some revs on it. He comes in now to bowl to Folks. That's better. Much better line there. And even then, when I say flight, I'm not just saying just toss it up. I'm just saying just put a little revs on it there. Make him think about it in terms of what's happening. We had the passing of Rod Marsh.
Wow, and there's some breaking news here. I'm not sure if this is even... Wow.
87 for 3. Lawrence 14, Folks is 8. Mali?
Shane Warne has apparently just died.
Stop playing, Mali.
I'm not playing.
You got me speechless, Mali.
I'm telling you. Breaking news. Apparently, Australian cricket legend and the greatest leg spinner of all time, Shane Warne, has died at age 52. Warne's management released a brief statement in the early hours of Saturday that he had passed away in Thailand of a suspected heart attack. I'm not sure if this is fake news or not, but this is coming from the Fox Cricket website in Australia.
So we had the loss of West Indies' Sonny Ramadan, then we had Rod Marsh, and now we have the legendary Shane Warne.
It's unbelievable.
Wow. You just stunned me, Mali. Stop me for a moment there. We're back with the cricket action. Mali just broke some news there. Here comes Sherman Lewis in now to bowl to Lawrence. He's just tickling this one around down to the vacant fine leg boundary for 4. Badly lined delivery there by Lewis. It's overcast here, and the rains might be coming in. Let's hope that the wind can just push it around the hill there into the Jumbie Bay area.
Not quite seeing it on the Cricinfo website just yet.
What about BBC? 91 for 3. Or maybe if you check the ICC, yeah. But normally the Fox, those guys, Australian, they'll tend to have the one over. We just caught in amazement there. To just talk about the man himself, the great man, Shane Warne. Here is Lawrence just clipping this one over into the leg side area. And will he have the legs to go for 4? No. In fact, he does. Hits the rope now. Preston McSween not being able to pull that one back. So a boundary to Lawrence, back-to-back boundaries. And England maybe would be on a mission. Maybe they're thinking about getting some quick runs and see if they can be able to give their bowlers a bowl out here. Score in the meantime goes up to 95 for 3. Lawrence is 22. Folks is 8. 2 boundaries out of this over here so far.
Wow.
We wait as Sherman Lewis is going to move in now to bowl to Lawrence until Lawrence is fishing at this one here.
Naughty.
The mood of England seems to have changed all of a sudden, Mali.
Yeah, and as we see the showers coming over the airport and approaching the Coolidge cricket ground there, groundsman in position, covers in hand.
Think this one might be coming?
It's already started slightly.
Yeah, Kadim. Okay, so there we go. So we'll have a rain delay here at the Coolidge cricket ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. The rains are pouring in, and it might be the blessings for Shane Warne and for Rod Marsh. The cricketing world has been rocked by the loss of 3 legends. Sonny Ramadan from the West Indies, first Indian to have played for the West Indies. Rod Marsh, an excellent wicketkeeper with some 355 catches, and the greatest of all that we would have ever seen, the man himself, the legendary Shane Warne.
Wow.
Mali is still in awe with that.
Shocking stuff.
It is shocking. It just shows you how life is, That's why
one minute you're here, the next.
1 minute you're gone. That's why we have to be able to just live with each other. Sometimes you just wonder what's the fight about. Everybody's got an opinion, but it should be a respected opinion. Virat Kohli playing his 100th Test match today.
Scoring 45. 45, did he?
Yes.
So Rishabh Pant as well. Again.
Fell for another 100, but he's going to be a very, very crazy cricketer.
I think he already is.
He's going to be the next Adam Gilchrist.
He's unbelievable player.
So he's going to be the next Adam Gilchrist.
He didn't give it away this time.
No. He
just got a good delivery.
Just part of life. Just talk a little bit about Shane Warne, born on the 13th of September 1969, age 52 years old, right arm leg break bowler. Children, Jackson Warne, Summer Warne, Brooke Warne, parents, Bridget Warne, Keith Warne, siblings, Jason Warne, spouse, from 1995 to 2005, so he was married before. I'm looking to some tweets right here. So Mali really unsung and getting the news. Simply can't believe we are writing this. This is the England's Barney Army. Rest in peace, Shane one of the game's best characters and finest bowlers, forever etched in Ashes history. Shane Warne, 1969 to 2022. The Barney Army absolutely speechless. This is rocking everybody. Peter Lewis, and this is on coming out on my timeline.
Yes.
The loss of news, and we have breaking news, just as you heard it from Mali. Coming through, this is just rocked the entire world. The loss of a great man in a very big way. We just got to just give you an
Such
idea.
a character as well, you know.
Yeah.
One of the great cricketing brains as well.
One of the moments that I would remember of him is the confrontation with him and Marlon Samuels in the Big Bash. That was something else that ignited Marlon.
I actually had quite a personal moment with Shane Warne, actually thinking about it back in, I think it was the tour 1999 when Australia toured the Caribbean. I think the only time Shane Warne had ever been dropped from the Australian Test team. And you know, me being a kid, I used to go around when the touring teams would come to Antigua and go and watch them train, and at times, you know, participate as well, you know, throwing throwdowns. Maybe a few guys would throw me a few throwdowns as well. And on one occasion, this occasion it was Australia, and Shane Warne saw me hitting a few balls, and he was like, I like the way you look, you know, and lunch on day one I'll bowl you a few. This was at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. I don't think he anticipated that he would have been dropped from the team. So when I turned up all excited that day, couldn't even go to bed that night, you know, so excited, thinking, Shane Warne, the legendary Shane Warne's going to be bowling me tomorrow. When I got to the ground, realized Shane wasn't playing. He was actually in the worst mood you could ever think. And he just said hello and just kept it moving. Actually didn't do much. Just sat there in his tights and his white t-shirt, I always remember that. And didn't even put his whites on throughout the 5 days, you know, almost devastated to be left out. That's my little personal interaction that I've had with the legendary Shane Warne.
And so, just listening to what Mali just said there, Shane Warne, from 1992 to 2007, 145 test matches, 708 wickets, ODIs from 1993 to 2005, 293 wickets from 194 matches, first class, 301 first class matches, started his first class career in 1991 up to 2007, 301 matches, 1,319 wickets. List day, 1997 to 2007, 311 matches, 473 wickets, and in T20s he had 73 matches with 70 wickets. In terms of batting, he was no rabbit with the bat either. Test matches, he scored 3,154 runs, ODIs 1,018 runs, first class 6,919 runs, list day 1,879 and 210 runs in the actual thing. In test match cricket, he was an excellent, had a safe pair of hands to 125 catches in test cricket, 80 in ODIs, 264 first class, 18 in T20s and 126 in list day. So Shane Warne really just hit us home for 6, and it just shows you that anything is possible. We just have to love each other.
Voted one of the top 5 actually, top 5 cricketers of the century. Actually, Shane Warne, one of the cricketers of the century, one of the true giants of the game. So sad to lose such a person.
And you know, it's important because this is also an important period that you're going to laugh, Mali. Most runs in a career without 100, 3,154. Most player of the match awards, 17. Most ducks in a career, 34. He's 5th on the list.
Yeah.
Most wickets in a calendar year, 96. Wow. Most 10 wickets in a match career, 10 test matches. And most balls bowled in a career, 40,705. Most runs conceded in career, 17,995 runs. Most wickets taken stump, 36. Fastest to 700 wickets.
700, think about that.
So he's really dominated and, you know, combined up the records in in a very big way. They were tumbling over, whether you like it or not.
Arguably the greatest bowler, not just a spin bowler, but arguably, one of the greatest, if not the greatest bowler.
I think the delivery in which he bowled Mike Gattin will go down in the history books. People will look over and see that over and over again. Folks, if you're wondering what's happening here, there's a rain delay here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And just to give you a little idea in terms of what's going to be happening, the new ticket options available for the first APEC Test match in Antigua and Barbuda starting on Tuesday, March 8th to the 12th. For the first time, you can meet the West Indies legends in the President's Box Hospitality Suite. The best view in the stadium is on sale with the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association's President's Box Hospitality for the first 4 days of the first test. 200 spots are available, featuring a delicious all-inclusive Caribbean breakfast, lunch and snack menu, and the chance to meet Antigua's and Barbuda's cricket legends. Packages are also available at US 250 EC dollars or 675 EC per day. So US $250 per day or 675 EC per day. And you can be able to, full stop bar of alcoholic beverages. So if you want to be able to meet the great Sir Curtly and the great Sir Andy Roberts, you can check out the President's Box all-inclusive hospitality suite. 200 spots available. So go and get that sorted out. The first Apex Test match tickets are already on sale online, which you can purchase with credit or debit card without needing to queue at the stadium box office. The box office opens at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium from Saturday, March 5th, and on match days, local residents enjoy a 50% discount of the ticket prices, with presentation of local ideas adjusted to make watching the cricket more affordable for many affected by the pandemic. You also have to know that senior citizens 65 and over and children 12 and under a 75% discount off online ticket prices. The COVID-19 protocols for entry: full COVID-19 vaccination is required to attend all matches, having received your final dose at least 14 days prior to the match. Proof of vaccination will be required for entry into the stadium. Entry will not be permitted if you fail to provide this documentation, and you will not be eligible for a refund. Children 12 and under are permitted entry with a full vaccinated adult, regardless of their vaccination status. All fans must wear masks at all times in the stadium unless when eating or drinking. Well, it's a cricket game. We're going to party. What, man? Folks are going to be drinking, so they're going to be getting themselves organized. They're not worrying about any masks. The official CWI replica kit will be on sale. So CBI Cricket West Indies merchandise will be available for purchase next to the Barney Army tent between the South Stand and the Party Stand at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium on match days. So in case you missed it, here's how you'll create your new West Indies tickets account to purchase tickets for the upcoming series. You can check out Windies Cricket on Instagram or Twitter. Create your ticket account. So that's some information there that can get you going and get yourself organized. All I can tell you, the tickets are as low as 20 US or 54 EC dollars. Remember, it's the Apex Test Series, and they're playing for the Richards Botham Trophy first test, Tuesday, March 8th to Saturday, 12th March at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua and Barbuda. Second test starts March 16th to the 20th at Kensington Oval in Barbados, and the third test in the Spice Isle of Grenada, March 24th to the 28th. Support the West Indies men in maroon. What you have, Mali?
It's more of the same, really. It just seems like just more confirmation of the sad news.
Yeah.
The passing of the legendary Shane Warne.
As we speak here, I'm alongside Marley Richards. The covers are coming off, so that will be good news for England. Would really want to send a statement. Just to let you know that India 357 for 6. 357 for 6 at stumps. And if you're wondering what's happening on Platinum and on the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel, there's a rain delay here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. There are some important test matches taking place as we speak. India and Sri Lanka. and we'll just be able to just give you the scorecard. Virat Kohli, we say congratulations to the legendary Virat Kohli playing his 100th test match, and to play 100 test matches, it's got to be remarkable. He scored 45 today, and Richard Pant, oh, what a cricketer. You just have to love him. 96, Jadesha got 45 in the end, Ashwin 10. So, more or less, you could say Sri Lanka fighting back in terms of going. Then we have Pakistan and Australia. On day one, Pakistan closing 245 for 1. 90 overs were bowled. So that's an exciting time there. That test match is taking place.
245 for 1, I missed.
245 for 1.
It's a lot of cricket going on at this.
Lots of cricket. Lots of cricket, Mali. And right here, we're getting ready for another important one. This gong drains well, so I see the umpires coming out maybe to just have maybe a ring check. England lead by 297 runs. I think Mali, they're going to try and see if they might bat maybe up to lunch, and then maybe just have a go at the West Indies women's team. Not women's team, at the West Indies men's team. Maybe I should bring the women's team, right, to take on England, right? Let's see in terms of what's going to be happening. Congratulations to the women. That's a big victory, Mali, in women's cricket.
Huge.
And it was a class innings, like you said, by Hayley Matthews. Really, she played some big shots. Really big shots. And one thing I can say to you, her idol is Ricky Ponting, and she played some shots, especially when they were short. Really, she really lent into them. So the next game,
she looks a player on top of her game, doesn't she?
So the next game is England on the 8th of March, India on the 11th of March, South Africa on the 14th of March. So they got a lot of cricket, Mali, still to play, right up to the 23rd. 6 more games.
Yeah, quite a
all they have to do is just get into the semis.
And it's a fantastic start, to beat the hosts as well. The hosts would have been very confident of knocking over that West Indies.
I saw a reaction from the coach. He was mad. Trust me. The camera kind of flashed where he couldn't believe what he was seeing. It just happened so fast, Mali, that I think that's what's happening. And the West Indies just rose to the challenge in those last couple of overs there. So I'm just saying, once they get their fielding right, and in fact, I said to you, Mali, that New Zealand was not on top of their game in the fielding either.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's an aspect of the game that both sides can improve on.
So, and you know for sure that in terms of the fielding aspect, West Indies have improved. All of the world teams have improved tremendously. So there's no doubt in the women's game.
Yeah, and the athleticism that you see from these women as well. You think of some of the catches being taken, some of the runouts being affected. The athleticism has come on leaps and bounds, actually.
So what we'll do, Mali, is that we'll take an altitude break here because the umpires are very much concerned about an area there in terms of the water. So that might take a little time. Just to let you know, there's a rain delay here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. 95 for 3. We'll take an altitude break. When there's an update, we will come back to you with more details. We'll just go and find out from the umpires about how long they will take. So over to our technical crew. We'll be back with the latest update anytime soon.
Jump on them.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. It's day 4. And right after the rain delay, the umpires are back out. The England batters are also out. And the West Indies President's 11 fielders, led by Shane Dorish, are also back out onto the field. England lead by 297 runs. And the revised playing conditions for the day. Lunch will now be at 12:30. So lunch will now be at 12:30. And an announcement being made here to the folks at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The loss of the legendary Australian cricketer, one of the top ICC Hall of Famers, Shane Warne.
Wisden cricketer of the century, one of
the Wisden cricketers of the century. Say good morning, and Mali and himself were pretty close. Still kind of caught him. 95 for 3. And when I say close, I'm talking about a moment.
Yeah, I've had interactions with the legend, for sure, over the years. No doubt. The news definitely.
I think they want us to stand, Mali, for a minute for silence. Yeah, so we will, here in the commentary booth, everybody has come out, the players, everybody coming together for this special moment. The England players, the West Indies players, all in the field. A special moment for the loss of the legendary Shane Warne. Right here in Antigua and Barbuda at Cricket West Indies. I think everything is all right, so we would have had that, paid some respects. Oh, they're changing the positioning. Okay, so everybody's standing, so we can face the camera. All of the players. If you read about cricket all around the world, there's one name. If you look at videos, you will be following Shane Warne. A special moment here.
Spectators, everyone showing respect.
Oh, yes. This is a moving moment for the world. The loss of also Australian legendary wicketkeeper Rod Marsh. Significant Sonny Ramadhin. So the cricketing world losing 3 icons within the space of period of time. And here in Antigua and Barbuda, tribute being paid to by both teams, officials of the Barney Army, because he was a member of the Barney Army, one of their fan favorites, honorary member. And now the moment receives an applause here. So this is special in terms of what is happening. A touching moment there as we get back to the cricket action. The cricketing world rocked by the loss of, firstly, Rod Marsh, and now Shane Warne. Australia really would be dented, but they'll be stronger for this. So we're back with the cricket action, with Sherman Lewis continuing his second over for the morning. 95 for 3 as I take a deep breath to get my composure back. The flags flying in, I think they'll come down to half-mast sooner rather than later in the northern distance. Here is Lawrence just squeezing this one out to a wide point fielder. Shane Mosley picks up his 24th run. And right after the break, England are off and running. 96 for 3.
And the way Lawrence has played in this match, it hasn't taken him much time to get acclimatized. He's scored a runner ball pretty much from ball 1. He's on 23 off 18. The ease in which he scores, I think, alongside the solid, compact nature of Alex Lees, England will be looking to build around him, and like you say, at that number 4 position.
Folks is playing around the delivery there. Just plays it up to Shamar Springer at short mid-wicket area. The score remains on 96 for 3. We're approaching the 25th over. Some 9 runs off the over here so far this morning. So good morning to the folks in Barbados, wherever you're listening to our coverage. Carlos Truss in the United States of America. Carlos, manager of the Canadian team in Canada. Ingle Ibert. Yeah, a number of folks, Kennedy Barrett, Kennedy Wallins, all the folks all around the world. Thanks for tuning in to West Indies Cricket YouTube channel. Lois in and out, about the folks. Folks is clipping this one. Can't beat Springer, short mid-wicket, over completed. 25 overs bowled in this innings. England on 96 for 3 in their second innings. 9 runs out of that over. Lawrence 23, Folks is 8, and they're giving Folks an opportunity to, because for sure he will be the keeper. He looks very, very, very much organized.
Yeah,
Folks.
They're trying to get the batters who didn't really spend that much time in the first innings, some valuable time out in the middle.
I want to talk a little bit, because I was looking back at the replay last night, Mali.
Ben
the
Stokes.
LBW decision of Ben Stokes.
Yeah, we said it at the time.
Yeah.
It's quite high, actually.
Yeah, I look back
going
over
down.
and I think you were right.
Yeah, it's a rough one. Not only that one, but the Devon Thomas decision as well. I think just getting an inside edge on that one and having to go. But, this is the way the game goes sometimes.
Somebody also sent me something, felt that Alex Athenes, the bowler, would have been mashing the return crease there. But that's a delicate situation. We don't have DRS for that one there, so the umpire, really a tight one. But all in all, it's cricket. Here is Dan Lawrence. When he gets there, his head went up. He sort of lost his shape, but he still kept the bat face coming down nicely. It was nice and straight, and he just hit it to the mid-wicket fielder there, Shamar Springer, and pick up the easy single. Springer had to go about 3 meters. He couldn't stop the single. 97 for 3. Lawrence goes up to 24. Dead ball signaled by the umpires. Folks pulled away. Wasn't really quite sure. Wasn't ready at the point in time. In the far distance, we have the Cricket West Indies flag flying. So too is England, the nation of Antigua and Barbuda. Here is Charles. Bang on target. Reefer comes around.
That's a good area from Brian Charles there, forcing Ben Folks to be quite defensive. That line's quite threatening, especially with the variable bounce.
Folks is on driving down to long run. Colin Archibald comes off, left-hander. He just lobs the ball quietly back to Brian Charles. This is his 9th over, 1 for 19. This will be invaluable experience for him, for the young man. Flatter faster. And he's got to do better than that to his feeling.
Very lackadaisical.
Yeah, that's something, Mali, that I hate. I see fielders, spin bowlers coming in and they want Sylvester Bouncing Joseph to feel the ball. That's your job. If you bowl the ball in a particular area, it is your job. That's why the folks like Willerton, Parry, and Harper and Gishard and those guys were so good, because when they bowl the ball in that area, they're looking to run you out because they're already moving into the short mid-wicket area, whether it be left or right on the mid, on either side, offside. And I find a lot of these spinners, they're almost like fashion boys. They bowl the ball and they stand up and don't want to feel the ball. Charles comes in to bowl to Folks. England, 100 up for England. Springer can't stop the single. Folks quietly goes up to 10. Lawrence is 25. The 100 comes up in the 26th over. So England 100 for 3. And it looks as if their run rate has stepped up to 3.81. Charles 9 with 2 maidens to complement that, 1 for 21.
And in that over, the intensity just seeming to go a bit from the players there. You think of that single to Shamar Springer, just on the circle, even though he was hit quite firmly. No real attempt to run out Dan Lawrence, and then Brian Charles just misfielding, not really showing the energy required. So it'll be important that these guys stay firmly focused on this game and really look to finish strong here, President's 11.
Sherman Lewis making a claim as he comes in now to bowl to Dan Lawrence. Lawrence is chipping this one up to mid-on. Just have to say a chip is almost like a golf shot. Who's the fielder there?
Looks like Preston McSween.
That's Preston McSween. Looked like he was caught napping. Looked like he lost sight of it.
Wasn't really walking in as hard.
Should have been able to catch that. Almost like 2 meters in front of him, Mali. 2-3 meters. Don't know if he would have lost it. There are no spectators here, but as Mali said, you got to be moving in. Preston McSween and Raymond Reefer mid-on and mid-off respectively. Lewis comes into bowl to Lawrence. Lawrence is squeezing this one down to the third man area. White third man, mostly coming around onto the practice areas. Can't stop 2 runs. And Lawrence quickly goes up to 27. The score goes up to 102 for 3.
Well, there's a splattering of of English supporters, we'd say, over there on the athletic club side. They've been here consistently throughout the 4 days.
And they've drunk out the bar every day.
And every day the numbers have just grown ever so slightly. Leading up to the test match.
Somebody warned the lady over there selling, but she thought that they were making jokes. So yesterday alone she made about 6 trips.
Having to replenish the beer stocks.
The Barney Army said, we don't care whether they're hot or cold, we just want the beer. So she got a rude awakening to understand what is going to be happening. 102 for 3. And early morning they've started already. Mali, one gentleman, his shirt is off. He says he's having a whale of a time.
Oh yeah.
Got a gentleman here from 1994 when Chicky was named man of the match. He came yesterday morning to get his shirt autographed.
By Chicky. Chicky the legend.
He says he's never missed a test match in Antigua.
Since what, 94?
Since 94.
Wow.
There was one keeping low. He even took out an album with his pictures and said to Chicky, that, listen, I didn't know the music, I couldn't dance, but I had to dance because the Antiguan woman took me. And so I had to dance, I had to learn to dance. So I went home and practice.
On the double decker.
If he wanted to be in the Chicky double decker stand, he said he went home and practiced, how he could be able to keep up.
Yeah, he had to practice those moves,
Oh my, he said he got the music.
Limber up that waist.
He taped and got the music and he went and he practiced. Wow, amazing. Really amazing.
Shows you the impact,
Serious. Total impact. Here is an under edge from folks going past Shane Dawes. Yeah, more or less. You just got to bowl straight on this wicket. That's why I feel that England will be also thinking that they're going to bowl on this wicket, which means that the West Indians could be in some trouble. Stokes walking around and company. They might be thinking about having a bowl out here. And as Mali said since yesterday, they might be thinking about maybe trying to see if they can win this game and give themselves some confidence psychologically going into the first test on Tuesday, March 8th.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see at this point in time. Looks like they're just having a leisurely stroll around the field. You see the bowling line up there, bowling attack, Ollie Stone, Ollie Robinson, Ben Stokes, Matt Parkinson, bowling coach Jeetan Patel as well. Looking like they're just having a bit of a chat.
Here is folks punching this one out into the cover here. Mosley has a lot of running to do. And when he gets there, he can't stop the second run. And Mali and Sylvester kept saying all the time, the West Indians have just not adjusted their length on this wicket. You got to understand, 108 for 3, 27 overs bowl. Lawrence 25, folks 18. If anything is keeping low, what do? You bowl straight.
But the length's important as well.
Yes.
You've got to be able to bowl just that back of a length. Just short of a good length, actually, where the batter thinks it's almost a back foot shot and it goes through on the ground. We've seen it a few times in this match. And as the game wears on as well, we'll probably see it a few more times. But whether this bowling lineup is good enough to exploit that's another question.
I want to ask you a question, Mali. The West Indies, we'll come back to that. Charles starts, he comes in now to bowl to Lawrence. Lawrence is on drive-in, down to long on. Colin Archibald a lefty, Raymond Reefer a lefty, Preston McSween a lefty. And in the white ball version, we have Obed McCoy and Sheldon Cotterell.
Give me those names again.
Obed McCoy, Cotterell in the white ball. And in the red ball, we have Reefer, Archibald, Preston McSween.
Quite a few.
The reason why I asked you that is, are we going to see a balance now? That's something Sylvester was talking about, where we have options now in terms of playing a left-arm seamer, quality one, or are we looking to invest? Because originally, Preston McSween went to England. Then he went off the boil. And he's since come back into the conversation. We now added Archibald to this. Reefer went to New Zealand. He went off the ball. He only played one test match. So I'm wrapping my minds around to figure out if the new panel is thinking about some options.
Well, there's a squad already selected, isn't there, for that first test?
I know, but I was just talking about going forward.
Yeah, going forward. So I think it depends a lot on what happens, in that test match. There will be performances, guys who perform, some won't perform, some guys will come under pressure. Some guys will cement places, and I think the natural order will just resume.
How would you fix this balance, though? The new panel, do they give them 2 test matches, 1 test match, or it will have to be from their performances coming into the series?
I think, well, with a new panel, you'd start with a fresh slate, wouldn't you? You'd think. So I think they wouldn't take much of what happened in the past into account.
Yeah, but if you had a man failing all the time, Mali, you're going to continue with him still? Because you talked about the point about even.
You're asking me a question, or you want to answer it? Which one is it?
112 for 3. No, the reason why I asked you that is that, remember the century we set from Raymond Reefer would put some pressure on Kyle Mayers.
100%. So now depends on how Kyle Mayers goes in that test
first
match,
test.
Yeah, he's under pressure.
He's under pressure.
And no,
he's one of the players under pressure.
Oh, for sure, sure. I think Josh De Silva as well. I think anyone really in that top 6.
You dropped Josh De Silva?
No, he's under pressure, especially with the re-emergence of a Shane Dorridge.
No, they're going to invest in that in a Josh De Silva.
Think of the top 6, it's probably only Craig Brathwaite that's maybe
but Bonner will get a skip.
And Nkrumah Bonner actually.
And Nkrumah Bonner will get a
Nkrumah Bonner, he's shown enough.
Yes, he will survive. My only issue I have, Mali, is the balance of the bowling. Jason Holder will play as the all-rounder. The option will be which 3 seamers will play, because Vasami Pomal will play.
Yep, especially without Rustin Chase.
Yeah, and
the
without the
bowling aspect of Rustin Chase.
Yes,
no Raheem Cornwall.
That's going to be key. So that is my myth in terms of how which 3 West Indies will pick.
I think it will be.
Well, Roach. When I say which 3, so it'll be Roach. Whether it's Roach, Joseph, Seals, or whether it's Roach, Joseph, Philip, whatever, whichever way.
I think it'll be Roach, Seals, Joseph, along with Holder.
Okay. And the last time Alzari Joseph played here in 2019, he played an integral part in West Indies winning over England. So he seems to have had Joe Root's number on that tour. Let's hope that he will continue to have the same number again in this series.
But then if you remember, he played as well against Sri Lanka and maybe didn't go quite as well. So but his recent form, he's really picked up, and he's looking like the bowler everyone expected him.
Well, the good thing about his impetus into this lineup, Mali, is that his batting has certainly improved.
Definitely.
He's so that I think will really help. So if we're looking, beautiful delivery there by Sherman Lewis, just really squared up Dan Lawrence. So for the first time, you see a big extra effort here. Lewis really making a claim, making a statement, and he wants to be part of this conversation also. Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, you can tell just by the energy. He's constantly, every time he's been asked to bowl, he's running.
He's played some 2 test matches already for the West Indies,
and he may play more in the not too distant future, for sure.
Yeah, well, the good thing about it also is this is going to be a long summer for the West Indies, so that's going to be critical. 113 for 3.
I'd love to see him on a tour of like England, where conditions actually favor fast bowling.
That's why A-team tour will be very, very, very important. So you can get
that master the art of swing and seam position and.
113 for 3. Lewis into his 8 over, 1 for 33. Bounding away from the CIU, and he comes in out the bowl to Dan Lawrence. Lawrence clipping this one away beautifully. Both Archibald. Who's that? Is that Casey Carty?
Yeah, the Leewards tandem there, and Casey Carty and Colin Archibald almost conspiring to let that one go for 4.
Well, I think the idea would have been that maybe Carty said, well, it's coming to your left, so go ahead. The only thing is that...
Left it at the last second, though.
Yeah, but Colin Archibald is an athlete, so he was bending around the the 200 meters
Yep.
there.
Yep.
So what's happening? 115 for 3. Lawrence is 28, Folks is 22. This over some 3 runs off the over so far. Lewis in now to bowl to him. Again, he goes down the onside. This time, Carty comes into play. And over is completed. So it's more or less like a quiet period at the time here. Almost like a stroll in the park. Even the umpires ambling up. 116 for 3. If you're wondering what's happening on the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel and Platinum FM 97.9, it's day 4 of the Apex warm-up game with the CWI Presidents 11 and the England team, the Barney Army. A small portion. They're here.
Yep.
And if you missed it, the loss of the iconic Australian has lost 2 legends back to back within less than 48 hours. Rod Marsh and Shane Warne.
Both have heart attacks as well.
Wow. Lewis is coming off the field to take a break.
Finally.
He'll get a nice bat.
Well earned, youngster.
Well bowled. Even the police officer and all acknowledges and salutes him. He walks across the line. So I think he's done for this game. He's done his spell. He's done enough. As Charles starts. Come to the room. The people leg before, but I think that would have been. In fact, Darvish didn't go up. He wasn't interested in it. Only Charles was
I'd
interested.
love to see the replay of that actually, just to see if it actually hit the pad.
Looks as if we. Bumson keeps talking about that. They always bat on off stump. Here is a on drive by Lawrence, picking up an easy single down to long run. And Colin Archibald coming off. Just got a little bit too strong. Maybe had some extra breakfast this morning. So he hurled that over Shane Darvish's head. Backed up by Alex Athens.
Going for the reverse sweep. Ooh. Did that take the pad? I think it's a bit close.
Yeah, more or less.
If it did strike the pad.
For sure it did. Another single. England just motoring on. They maybe got a plan. Let me look at the dressing room and see if there's any movement of action to. Maybe they might bat up until lunch and maybe just give their bowlers another on drive. Colin Archibald is in the music. He's in the hunting ground. Again, he gets a little bit too strong, but this time he finds Darvish.
And I think maybe the bowlers that we actually see, if they do come back out to bowl, that will probably determine whether they'll be in that 11 or not. I'm not sure. They'd risk any bowlers who could possibly be selected for that 11.
No,
so it'll be interesting to see.
I wanted to talk a little bit, Mali, about the field placing. And I just think that Raymond Reefer needs to come to his left. And
definitely. Force him to hit the ball square.
Yeah. It's just too easy.
That's too easy there.
He walked 4 singles there,
especially with the two men. Two men on the inside.
So 121 for 3. Lawrence 32, Folks 24. Our technical crew has been able to pull up the leg before decision, so we can be able to get to see that one. Mali is a little bit.
Does he switch over? Is it a switch hit? No, he doesn't switch the legs though. So that's pretty close, man. Whether he thinks he's been struck just outside the line of the off stump.
There's where
the keeper's going down leg. Possibly, maybe just doing too much, I don't know.
And like I said,
and with that confusion, the umpire, he's not quite sure himself, so he can't give it out.
Athens didn't go up either. You know, so sometimes you want that reaction. You put some pressure on him. How is that? You know, I mean, he might have maybe kind of looked at it a little bit more closer. And even Brian Charles, he appealed, but he really didn't try to convince the umpire, Gregory Batwet. But here comes Raymond Reefer. And he maybe feels that he can pick up a couple of wickets here. He's going to start now. The ball to Dan Lawrence, who's 32. Reefer into Lawrence. Pitch up, and Lawrence is driving inside out. And Mosley coming off of the sweeper area. Can't stop the single.
Done a lot of running today, is Shane Mosley, hasn't he?
Yeah.
You'd have thought maybe he should have done a bit more. when he was batting, especially in that partnership with Jeremy Solazano.
One thing I don't like is he's turning his back on the play, so the captain is trying to get his attention, but just automatically just turned his back. You're always taught to pay attention, you pedal back so you can see in terms of what's happening. Darvish made a change and was trying to alert him, but he had to look elsewhere. Reefer comes in now to bowl to Folks, who squeezes this one out to Mosley again. Mosley lobs the ball into Darvish. I still want to see the West Indies team still have some spirit, because anything can happen. So, a Reefer can pick up 2-3 wickets here. He's still in the conversation, Still, they're like they're just going through the motion as if like...
Haven't seen Shamar Springer actually at all in this innings with the ball.
Yeah.
Playing as a bowling all-rounder. I'm not quite sure if he's carrying the niggle as well.
Athenes is in a wide third slip position, more or less a backward point. Got around and cut off that steer by Dan Lawrence, who's 33.
And that's the thing, every now and again, he just gets a little fiddly, especially outside that off stump at times. Just looking to run that one down to find leg. He's got to be careful not to actually take the edge.
123 for 3, went to over number 31. Umpire Nigel Duguid from Ghana. Gregory Brathwaite from Barbados. Here comes Reefer in now to bowl to Lawrence, and he bowled more or less a slow wider ball because Lawrence was advancing, and in the end just changed his mind, kept his bat face more or less just angled to the ball.
And this is the thing in red ball cricket, the effectiveness, especially of Raymond Reefer with the ball, is just slightly diminished as opposed to in white ball cricket, when you've got the scoreboard pressure and that ability to bowl those slower balls and the like. We're seeing just that lack of penetration, possibly.
Thinking about another single, but this time they can't think about it. There was a little bit more alertness from the West Indian fielder.
Probably would have been selected more often, actually, especially in Test cricket, Vernon, because he's an all-rounder who, he's got the actual skills that you want, but at the very top level, especially with the ball in hand, maybe just lacking that added oomph, that's needed to really make you a top line all-rounder.
124 for 3. Folks, the wicketkeeper for England, is waiting for Reefer delivery. Bang on target. Can't score. Over number 31 is bowled. 3 singles off that over. Lawrence is 34. Folks, 25. They're more or less just toying with the CWI President's 11 bowling attack here. And they'll be thinking about maybe a declaration. I look over into the England hut and see if there's any movement, but my option is that they maybe might just bat up until lunch, and lunch will be 12:30 today.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players, the risk of injury actually increases when they go back out on the field in terms of to bowl. So I think they're going to try and minimize that time as much as possible. And with Dan Lawrence just cruising along off 34 or 33, and Ben Stokes 25 of 35, no need to really pull out just yet.
On drive again, gotta cut that single off. That is something as a captain you gotta be able to look and see. Springer comes back a little bit and force him to look the other way, which is now somebody looks like they would have maybe been listening.
They're listening to you.
But he just needs to come back, because on the practice areas, if it hits there, it's still going to go past him. This time he saves a single.
And that would have been one previously, wouldn't it?
Yeah. 125 for 3. Folks is 25. Lawrence is 35. Lawrence has looked good. Charles, a lot better, flatter, faster. He's going into confidence. He will learn from this game.
No real turn, though.
Yeah, that's the only thing that is missing. He's got to put some revs on the ball.
Catch.
And just look like he wasn't expecting that. That's what I was talking to you about, Mali. You bowl, you got to be thinking about everything. You know where you put the ball, and you know where you want the batsman to play the ball. So you got to be looking for all of those things.
And the way you want to finish, especially as a spinner, it's almost like a tennis player
over the top.
doing a serve.
Serve.
After serving, you're bouncing on those on your on the balls of your feet, actually.
Yeah.
Looking to pounce. Looking for something to come to you.
Here comes Brian Jazz as he comes in now to bowl to Lawrence. Lawrence is driving. That's what I was talking about, the practice areas. Springer needs to come back off, give himself some room, so that if it hits the practice areas, you can see the ball. You have to be able to see the ball. You can't get too close because he's not there for catching. He's more or less there to save a single. So you have to be mindful of that. A slip. You have a player on the 45, mid-wicket, and a short mid-on. And Springer coming around nicely there, cutting that one off. Over number 32 completed.
2 singles saved.
More than 2 singles saved. 127 for 3. And these are pointers that we have to highlight. West Indians just moving around. England is not going to give you this game, so you got to take the game to England. And when I say take the game to England, you got to make it a competition. Gotta push.
And they're going to make you work very hard also out in the field, this English team. The President's 11, they had their opportunity to really have these England bowlers out here still bowling here today on this final day, but managed to succumb yesterday, and now they're back out in the field and almost laboring at this point in time. Game almost just meandering.
And it's only the first session. Reefer in now to bowl to Lowndes. Lowndes just steering this into the offside. It's almost like a bowling machine. Mosley comes in,
bit of a
picks
net.
up the ball.
Training session almost. just practicing how he's gonna find his gaps. Just using his wrists quite well at times. No real pace from Raymond Reefer. No real oomph behind these deliveries.
But I'll ask you, Mali, before Sheldon Cotterwell, we would have had Pedro Collins, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he would have been really the real last left armer that we would have had.
We have Pedro, we've had Ian Bradshaw.
We had Bradshaw. So we had Bradshaw, Pedro Collins. Did we have any more?
Thinking.
No, I don't think. I don't know if we would have had any more. And you're right, Pedro would have been the fastest. Kenroy Peters. Yeah, he came for a little short bit. But Pedro would have been Pedro would have been the fastest out of the lot.
Yeah, probably very skillful
as well.
Especially towards the back end of his career, He went off and played county cricket.
I remember one series when India was in the Caribbean. He gave Tendulkar some serious problems. He either got Tendulkar leg before, gave him a bowled. That was an important period of time there. In fact, in that series, folks are starting to say, well, listen, is that an issue where Tendulkar maybe can't play left-arm fast bowlers? But, things like that normally happen. You always have a secret weapon which comes up. Good morning, Petty. In terms of what's happening. So the competition for places, as Mali said, that's what you want to see. You want to see some batters at the top.
Pool expand,
yes, but I want to see batsmen hungry, get some big ones. Here is a whip.
Well timed.
Who's coming around? He can't get there.
Split that gap perfectly.
That's a beautiful shot by Dan Lawrence. He's I can say to you, Mali, he's strong in that area. Anything between middle and leg.
I think that was Folks there on that occasion, but he's also very strong off in that area.
Lawrence. It's Folks. So then the scoreboard, they've measured and got that one wrong. So it's Folks. They need to make that switch.
Back Folks over using the grey nickels
30.
as well.
They got Lawrence on 41. So we robbing Folks of that.
Well timed.
133 for 3. Here comes Raymond Reefer. He knows that he can't bowl that line. Have to be a little bit more tighter. He's gone back there again. But they can't get a single. Coming around is Preston McSween. Don't think we'll see him back for the day.
No, he shouldn't. Really, he's done his work, I'd say. Preston came out yesterday, ran in again with the new ball.
Shamar Springer needs to put in some work.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like he's probably carrying an injury or something because he hasn't bowled at all in his second innings.
He needs to come and bowl a couple.
Maybe Devon Thomas might have to bowl a few.
Maybe even Jeremiah Louis might have to come out and bowl a couple here too. But Devon has shown that he's quite capable. A message coming out from the dressing room to Colin Archibald to Shane Dorish. And the message would be, take Brian Charles off and give Shamar Springer the ball.
No, I think Brian Charles has to keep bowling. I think the rotation will have to come from the other end.
From the other end? Okay. That the coach would have sent out a message.
Being the only spinner.
Or maybe they might decide that Alex Atenes maybe should bowl some more.
Maybe he might have to.
And maybe kind of rest the seamers. Dorish is relaying the message now to Raymond Reefer. Reefer seems not to be too enthused with that. He's maybe asking him if he wants to bowl maybe from this end. Reefer looks, his body language is saying, I'm not bothering with that.
He wasn't too happy from the
from the message that
from
was
the
relayed.
previous over, to be honest. Saw a little disagreement between him and Dorish. Maybe in the field placings or whatever, not quite sure, but still not quite happy, Raymond.
Yeah, something is bothering him. He doesn't, and he's normally a guy you could see emotionally. Here is a lovely drive to cover for 4.
That's a brilliant shot.
That's a class shot. Race to the right of Devon Thomas. Found the gap. And there's a sweet sound coming off of Dan Lawrence's bat that shows you. Just look at it. Just around the wicket. Just look at the use of the feet.
Yeah, he actually gave himself a bit of room.
Yes.
Trying to open up that offside from around the wicket there from
gorgeous.
Brian Charles. Tells you also he's not afraid to move around this crease. Very proactive. One of the new age players, you'd say.
He's 41. And he's going.
Out
one
here.
bounce down to Colin Archibald to come around to his white. Down at long on. Wide long on. Good tumbling save there. So maybe England, in fact Lawrence maybe says, listen, I'm out here long enough. Let me just fire. It's gone to 42.
And just looking at the dressing room, a lot of the players are still, you see Chris Wokes there, he's still in his training kit. No whites out. So it's looking that they're possibly looking to bat.
Bat to lunch.
For sure.
Or bat up to 12. Yeah, at least lunch.
At least, and then take it from there.
And then maybe just take it from there. Leg by signal there. I wonder when Brian Charles appeals, that he appeals with some conviction. He tends to just say, if you're going to appeal, you're going to appeal. Here is Lawrence. Is this going to be a good catch by Archibald? No, he can't stop that.
6 runs.
Gone for 6. He tried something special, but didn't have any room there at all. And he had to run at least about a good 10 meters. Lawrence goes to 48. And England opening up here.
He wasn't that far away.
He wasn't at all.
Good effort. Just couldn't.
Let's look at it right here.
Yeah, just couldn't put it in.
And he had to be careful. And so I think Lawrence has had enough. Yeah, he's decided that he's going to go after Brian Charles. So let's see how this contest is going to work out. He started around. He's come back over. 1 for 44. He's into his 13th over. Lawrence approaching a half century. Waits for Charles. He now bows to him. And he's whipping this one. Springer comes across. Saves a single. Big effort there. And over completed. But England all of a sudden, especially Lawrence, have decided that they're going to up the ante.
Yeah, they have. They've upped the ante. Run scoring very easy, actually, especially for Dan Lawrence, approaching his second 50 of the match. You'd think that he's probably penciled his name into that
number 4
position in this England batting lineup. So congratulations to him, actually. Looking to cement a place, but from a CWI President's 11's perspective, they just need to keep the intensity, actually up the intensity. Yeah, as England have upped the ante, they've got to go and rise with the England team as well, and match their level.
If just in case they ask to bat, they got to be in a frame of mind.
For sure. Can't switch off just yet. Got to stay highly and fully engaged in this match.
Here is a punch on the offside by Folks, picking up a couple of runs right there. And had the throw been maybe a little bit more accurate, maybe Folks could have been struggling to get in there. 146 for 3. Sylvester Joseph joins the Me, the cool room. Yeah, it's pretty cool today. Coming up next, Denmore will take it to lunch, which want to make sure I give it a little balance in the meantime. Here is folks just driving back at Reefer. Good morning, Sylvester.
Good morning, Springs. Good morning to the viewing audience wherever you are in this world. A lovely morning for England so far, Springs. The
Overcast.
Intent. Yeah.
The breeze.
I guess this weather is familiar.
Oh yeah. Ben Stokes would love to bowl here right now. Maybe even Ollie Robinson. Here's folks driving. Springer comes off mid-off era. And so denies that single. You just need somebody from the West Indies to come and bowl some cutters now. And get some reverse swing here, Sylvester. A little overcast here.
Well, I mean, England is in the driving seat, so whatever, whoever comes and bowl, whatever, I think the intent is going to be up. But probably they're looking. I believe they're looking to make the declaration probably by lunch or just after lunch, and give the bowlers another opportunity to see if they can, bowl out this President's 11th team.
Folks driving up to Springer under pressure. If he hits, he's out, but he misses. Good positive cricket there, and the underrun put Springer under pressure there at mid-off, and he had to get around. It was almost just about 2-3 meters to his left, so he would have had to turn. And good positive cricket is something Sylvester been talking about. Game awareness. Sometimes the West Indian batters, they're just stroking the ball. You can't just stroke the ball. You got to be able to look to know that you want to maneuver and get a single. Folks wanted a single to get Dan Lawrence on strike, and you could see that was his intent all the time.
Yeah, good positive cricket, even by Springer. I mean, Springer looks like a live wire so far in the field. He's picked up. Only thing is that he didn't really throw down the stumps.
Had to hit. Reefers into ball to Lawrence. Lawrence is chipping this one to Springer, and for a moment he almost misjudged it. It would have been. He would have made the highlights if he missed that catch.
I was wondering if he didn't pick up the ball.
It took a year and a million to get there.
Yeah, he's really comfortable, and then he realizes that it's not as easy as it looks.
So somebody else is coming out for England. I thought that they were going to declare there, but no. Is it Wokes coming out now?
More like they declare war, Springs. I have to be very careful with
is this
my
Wokes?
terminology. We're talking about cricket here.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, Chris Wokes coming out for England. No, it's Overton.
Yeah.
So they maybe giving some license now, to get some quick runs. We're looking at the time right now. It's 11:21. So after this, Denmore will get himself prepared and get into the hot seat and take it up to lunch. Lunch is at 12:30 today. And we may be looking at see if any movement is taking place in the England dressing room, whether they'll be thinking about coming out. But as Mali said, he think they will bat up until lunch. Can't see them getting ball out here right now. 147 for 4, but you never know. Stranger things have happened.
Yeah, very much so. Cricket is a
Game of glorious uncertainties. That's a very big word. Overton has a long frame, Sylvester.
Yeah.
Most of the England bowlers, very long frame. In fact, I looked at him yesterday when he was bowling, and he and Ollie Robinson, they're taller than Gregory Battert, and Gregory Battert is a tall umpire. He almost looked like he had to look up. Here comes Reefer in now. The bowl to folks is whipping this one beautifully. Carty will have a lot of work to do. Will he get there? No. Tried some football skills. They're not good in Anguilla at that. So he missed the goal. Antigua 1, Anguilla 0.
Oh my God.
151 for England in the second innings.
I believe the Anguillans
No,
will be
but
very much offended.
if he used his left foot, he was trying to use the outside of his right foot. Got to use the left foot to get some skill.
I don't care what he said. I believe these Anguillans will be very offended. I know. Hamilton especially will be Jamal Hamilton.
Yeah, he'll be offended.
He think he's a big footballer.
He think he's a big footballer. Well, then he might tell me that Casey Carty is from St. Martin. Then.
Well, I guess he has.
He will reverse that one around.
I guess Casey Carty has dual citizenship.
Dual citizenship. 151 for 4, 35 overs bowled.
But in recent times we haven't seen the boots much. You normally see a slide, dive.
That's what I'm saying to you. He's supposed to get the left foot out there. You know. I mean, he's trying to use his right foot. Skilled footballers, you flick it up with left.
He's holding his ankle.
He's holding his ankle. Charles in now to bowl to overturn, who is back and punching this out into the offside. Preston McSween, who is sweeping on the boundary, just picks it up and just lurks it to Devon Thomas. Overcast conditions here in Antigua and Barbuda at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The news of the world rocked the cricketing world. The loss of Rod Marsh and then the legendary Shane Warne. Sonny Ramadan. It started first with Sonny Ramadan from the West Indies and then back to back for Australia. Here is folks on driving up to Shamar Springer. In fact, yes, folks is in strike. He is 37, thinking about a single, but he's had to get back because this time Mosley coming in and is Solanzano? Yes. Charles in now to bowl to Folks. Folks is driving. Devon Thomas diving over. Delivery. Practice that slide. And one more, then more. And then more coming to the hot season. 152 for 4. You got to put the intensity. Like I said, England is not going to give you the game. They're not going to just come and say, well, you go and bat. You got to show some intensity like you want to get wickets.
Yeah, I'm impressed, to be honest, with Brian Charles with his control. He has a bit of variation in his flight. But his control, even though the England batters are trying to get off him, he's still consistent bowling those areas. He set his field in a particular way, and he consistently he bowls to that field. I think he's a good prospect. What we have seen so far, he's one. And
at the under 19 level, we did see some good future spinners.
Yeah.
So we're not short of that. Is the development stage is what we're going to be very much concerned about now, going forward. Overton comes quietly forward, but I think this would be a good experience for Charles. He'll have a lot of things that he'll go and work on when he gets back, and he's in the land of spin, Trinidad and Tobago. So I'm sure you got a couple of coaches who, quite rightly, people like David Williams and company they got their coaching staff there. They'll get themselves sorted out, and hope to see some more of Brian Charles in the future. I think he picked up 6 wickets against someone in the first 2 games. A tickle around the corner. Colin Archibald was not bowled yet for the day along with Shamar Springer. Maybe be fancying himself to get a spell here with the conditions overcast. I know a club in England, Sylvester, is very much interested in him. So too is Jeremiah Louis. So they might maybe get some opportunities to go off to England and learn their craft.
But I think it's a good thing if the Leeward Islands players from the Leeward Islands, so to speak, get the opportunity to go to England, because with the limited competitive cricket that we have in the Leeward Islands, we need our players to be more, getting that frame of mind in terms of being.
And it prepares you to be a professional too.
Yeah, definitely.
So that when you come back to the franchises or your country, some of what you learn in England or Australia, South Africa, that's something that the board is thinking about, trying to get players out to respective areas. Get some of the young players to go to England. Go to South Africa.
The board should be thinking about having tournaments. More often.
Well,
More often.
yes, it's easy to say, Sylvester, but the funds, we have to find the funds basically, especially during COVID. And things have got more expensive before. When we had tournaments before COVID, it was expensive. It's worse now because just the testing alone, and a number of those countries, the governments to be able to get funding for sports between is going to be a challenge going forward. But we have to do what we have to do.
My philosophy and my belief is in terms of when you have a cricket board, any board whatsoever that over sports and you're not engaging in competition, you don't think that we have a board. That is my humble opinion.
154 for 4. And he comes quietly forward and punches the ball up the mid-on into over number 37. Folks is 38, overturn is 2, Reefer into his 4th over, 1 for 17. And the action taking place here. So overcast day here, and it maybe just might remain like that for some time.
How much England is leading at the moment?
We're over 300. So
Definitely over 300.
tickle around the corner. And so this over comes to an end. Gregory Bratlett is walking in. That's the end of my stint before lunch. Sylvester Joseph will have some comments, and then maybe the voice of Denmore Roberts.
Yeah, we have seen so far that the intent of the English batters, I believe the way that they're going, they are looking towards a declaration. But the President's 11 bowlers and fielders, they are intrigued. They're not giving up. They can see the movements on the field, and they are being assertive. They're being aggressive in the fielding. And the bowlers, are really working tirelessly to bowl those right areas and create opportunities. Welcome, Denmo.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all. First delivery of Charles's new over. Overton gets 2 runs as just a little flick of the wrist, getting it into the mid-wicket region, and he sprinted through for 2. What I would say to the discussion that you and Vernon were having just before I came on, I would say poor COVID.
Poor COVID?
Yes, this delivery is worked away into the onside.
Oh my God.
And no run. Because it has been blamed for everything, for inaction by associations. And I think that COVID presents us with an opportunity to be creative, to think outside of the box, to move away from what we've done traditionally and what we've always done over a period of time. And it gives us an opportunity to look at new, fresh, creative ways. And I'm thinking that cricket boards and so on need to discuss with governments about the testing, since as the cricketers more often than not are not going to be integrated into the society. They come in to play the sport. So then you can ask for a waiver of the strict testing conditions, or ask that they do certain cheaper tests at the at the hotel or their place of where they stay and that kind of thing. So to talk about the testing, as we see a boundary here struck away, that one was struck by folks, really putting that one away into the mid-wicket region and picks up 4 runs. The English team motors on. They're on 162 for 4, and you can see they're trying to push things along. There is a declaration somewhere in the air, maybe just like the rainfall. We don't know when it's going to come with overcast conditions. I tend to think that the English team are eyeing a declaration probably sometime, even maybe just before lunch. We saw it with the way that Overton started to bat. He changed his method, and we also seen a little bit of aggression coming from folks who is on 42. Overton is also there on 6. 162 for 4 at the end of 38 overs.
Yeah, but the intent of all the English batters so far this morning, you see that they're batting with a purpose, and it's good to see that they don't just rely on just getting another knock. It's the fact that you want to make a game of it, and that is the way that I think cricket is playing now, that you try to win every game, and even if a practice game, winning becomes a habit, doing the right things and having the right intention and the right motivation and the right focus. And of course you want to you're playing against the president. They want to send a message to the West Indies senior team that we're here, we're coming for y'all next week. Yeah, and going back to the discussion in terms of COVID, we're blaming COVID, but even before COVID, it's been a problem with Leeward Islands tournament. And
like I said, I've said it before, I think it's a matter of not being creative in terms of our thinking. We continue to think that we need to put the players in 5-star hotel with all-inclusive packages and spend thousands on accommodation, rather than think outside of the box and look for solutions to how we can house these tournaments in a more economically friendly way. And I think if the heads that be, or the powers that be, really think about it and put their heads together and utilize what we have around us, we can host these tournaments. And I'm not talking about going back to schools to put people in schools. Here is this delivery that is worked away into the onside, and they get a single. And I should say that I've had the opportunity to, as a matter of fact, players, some current players, past players, and others have been messaging me and interacting with me since the discussion started a few days ago with Marley and Vernon. And the players are surprised, and some of them are saying they're disappointed that people are thinking that we don't need something like a Leeward Islands tournament. And all of them who have spoken to me have said that we do need it, because that has been the building ground. Last night, somebody, Bouncing Joseph, sent me a WhatsApp message, and I'll just share what they...
Make sure you make it clear that I didn't...
No, it's not you.
My name.
No, it's not you.
Yeah, you have to make it clear. It sounds like I sent you a WhatsApp.
No. Someone sent me a WhatsApp message,
okay.
and the person says, Leeward's Cricket Showcase Viv Richards, Andy Roberts, Jim Allen, Richie Richardson, Curtly Ambrose, Enoch Lucas, Dave Joseph, Stuart Williams, Willett, Parry, Banks, umpires, Andrew, Weeks, Morgan, Mack, Pat White, Bouncing Joseph, Kenny and Winston and Benjamin, and the list go on and on and on and on. And the person was saying, had it not been for Leeward Islands tournament, people like yourself and others might not have had the opportunity to go all the way because of our situation. We are not a landlocked country where we drive down the road and have a tournament, and it works the same as the selection process for our national team. We in the Leewards have to go through 2 or 3 stages. You have to first make a national team and perform, and then make the Leeward Islands team. So it is important that when we are sending people, and what that has done for us in the Leeward Islands is that when our players go into the West Indies team, more often than not they perform, because they would have had to come through 2 qualifying stages, and when they get there, they are of substance, they are of quality. Can anybody argue about Sir Viv, Richie, Andy, Ambi, and all those guys when they've gotten a chance, even down to Dave Joseph, who many people felt was not given the run that he needed in the West Indies team. So I'm just saying, when you think about it, when you think of the Richies and Andy Roberts and all those people who have come through the tournament, which was pretty much 100 years old, it is important that we understand that it was an important aspect of cricket development, and that we have to find a way to make it happen, not a way to say that it can't happen. And another thing too is that we have to we have to force out the funding out of the people that need to sponsor the cricket. We need to sit down with the government and find the creative ways. One time governments used to say that they would write off taxes up to a certain amount if you sponsor like a Leeward Islands tournament, up to 250,000. That could be something that a big business might be worried. But the declaration has been made by England. They have declared on 366 in the lead, and so it looks as if they're going to have. And like I said, to you, I thought that the declaration was going to come before the luncheon interval. I didn't think that. It didn't look as if they were willing to wait. They were going to wait until after lunch. I believe they wanted to get in, and it looks like they're going to try for just under an hour, maybe 50 minutes or so, 45 to 50 minutes or so before the luncheon interval to put the Leeward Islands openers on the Leeward Islands, the West Indies President's 11 openers under a little bit of pressure. If you see the scorecard there for England in this second innings, 48 from Lawrence Foakes, not out on 43, the main contributors, 164 for 4. And Lawrence, we should say, you could see that he was going for quick runs when he got out caught for that 48. Reefer, 1 for 20, and Archibald, 1 for 31, the pick of the bowlers for the President's 11. So the President's 11 will have to chase down 366, or will have to bat out the rest of the day if they're going to salvage anything from this match. What should be the approach, Sylvester Jones?
Well, they have to be positive. I think that from what we have seen so far, if you bat it with intent, you can create scoring opportunities, and but you have to be watchful. You got to get off to a good start and don't come out negative. And from the onset, you look at the Jada game. In this day and age, 300 and something runs with a few sessions left. In the advent of 2020 and T10 and so forth. If you set your stars out and set it out good, you can make a run of it. But
do they realistically need to make a run of it, or should some of these batters look at it as an opportunity? I'm getting a second opportunity to impress. Let me go out and make my make it count.
Well, I think honestly that it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult, and the pitch is not the best. And even though you're scoring freely, when you check at the realistically through the game, the runs rate never really went over 3 runs per over, in an innings. So it's important that you take all that into consideration. The pitch as well is not really consistent in bunks. You have a few that keeping low and so forth, but I think that the intent of the batters, they must have that intent, looking to score, being positive, and also, exhibit some long innings. We have seen a few good partnerships in the first innings as well. So you have other batters. You have some of these batters that need to get an innings under their belt. I have Sozolano. He hasn't really get a good total yet, and also Mosley, who has been around for a while, and I think they're looking to get some runs. And Devon Thomas, if given an opportunity, these guys, have the opportunity now to get some well-deserved runs under their belt. So
opportunity abounds for those players who would be getting an opportunity. The opening pair, Solzano and it was Mosley in the first innings. Solzano and Mosley both had good starts, didn't carry on. Would they be interested to come out and really, Solzano especially, having been picked at the test level and didn't really get to bat, would he have something to prove? Would he be wanting to go there and try to prove to the selectors that he is the next best option?
Well, I think he has to prove it to himself as well. He hasn't really done it consistently in the first class format when you look at his stats. So he has to convince himself in terms of getting some good performances. That's the only way that you can convince yourself and be sure of yourself that I am capable of playing at this level. So it's another opportunity again for him to come out and exhibit his skills and execute and get a score under his name.
As we look out, we see Wood warming up. Would he be an X factor in this second innings? I don't think we saw him in the first innings. He didn't bowl in the first innings when the President's 11 batted. Would this be an opportunity for him to get a run out and see where he's at? And would he make a difference in terms of the expectation?
Well, with the extra pace, and skill that he has, he can make a difference. And it's an opportunity again for, as I said, the batters, to face the pace of his a fast bowler of his pace and skill, enhance, as I guess, their confidence and so forth, and know that they're capable of playing at this level. So it's just a good opportunity overall, in my opinion.
So remember that the England team have declared their second innings, and so the West Indies Presidents 11, the England team declaring on 164 for 4, 164 for 4, which means that they have a lead of 366, which means the Presidents 11 will need 367 for victory. We think that is pretty much academic, though, in terms of that score, because I personally don't feel that the Presidents 11 team will attempt to chase that score down, but I think it's more of an opportunity to see how the batters approach the second innings. Just to give you a rundown of the England scorecard in the second innings, Lees was caught Athenes off Lewis for 10, Crawley LBW to Charles for 35, Stokes was LBW to Archibald for 19. He didn't really like that decision at all. Lawrence was caught Springer off Reefer for 48, and he was really trying to go for runs, and it meant that it left Folks and Overton. Folks was left not out on 43. Overton made 7. As we looked at you see the up on the screen, you would see the West Indies Presidents 11 first innings, and we saw stats we saw Carty. I thought Salzano and Mosley got starts, and Sylvester Joseph. What would you expect from them in the second innings?
Well, basically similar start. The communication definitely need to get better. As you can see that Solazano got run out when he thought it was we all know that, and it looked like an easy single, and even a few deliveries before, a few occasions before, where you can see the communication, the miscommunication between both of them. So that is going to be a key as well, and just to get playing together and enjoying batting with each other and feeling comfortable that each one will trust each other.
Devon Thomas, he gets a second opportunity. If he gets a second opportunity, how does he approach the innings this time? Is he under pressure by being at home, by being talked about as should have been in the test match, by having the lead selector on location and all these other factors?
Maybe a little in terms of you want to perform because you want to continue your good form, and at home you want to show. I saw his mother at the game yesterday, so I know that he has family around and friends and so forth. So definitely he wants to, and he plays a lot of cricket here, so he wants to at least give the fans something to even continue to talk about, and for himself, he just to continue with his form and feeling comfortable. I think he's so experienced now. These guys have been around playing at the highest level, play different competitions all over the world in terms of T20, T10. So these guys are vastly experienced. So a guy like Devon Thomas now is just about, your performance and keeping your confidence up and just keep your momentum going.
Can England win the game?
I think so. If they continue to bowl in the right areas, I think conditions here are more suitable for bowling in terms of the pitch, being very inconsistent with the bounce and pace. So they stand a very good chance. The batting of the President's 11. These guys have to really, as I said, think positive, be positive, and try to bat as long as possible.
What would you say somebody is coming in on the social media and saying maybe for funding for something like a Leeward Islands tournament, governments can consider a tax on alcoholic beverage, maybe a percentage or two on alcohol, which would go towards funding the cricket. Do you think the governments in the Caribbean recognize the importance of the sport of cricket or sports in general to our survival, to our economic development, to our overall appeal?
I think some of the governments really do. They're supporting some of the countries are very much high. But when you look in certain countries, they have the cricket as a back burner. They use it and I guess when it's beneficial for them in some way, But to be honest, I don't love to stress about the government. There are other business people that are lovers of sport and cricket in particular, because they know what cricket is for the region of the West Indies, even in different territories and so forth. So they would put funding if the necessary things are in place.
Work starts as the President's 11. Second innings begins. First delivery. It looks a lot faster than we saw in the first innings. That one made some height and carry through to folks behind the stump. So interesting. We'll see how this goes, as to see if the pitches are probably dried out and it's probably playing its best now in the fourth innings.
Maybe Wokes was on social media, because I saw some comments that he's more suitable for the English conditions. With his type of bowling, he's not really suitable for our West Indian the West Indian conditions. So he probably I don't know, maybe he wanted to prove them wrong.
He's probably trying to work up a bit of pace. He's coming from the southern end as we look at it, and no doubt he would want to start well and strike early. Solzano is facing up. And he got a little bit of swing there from Wokes, and the ball just swinging and got past the diving wicketkeeper and down to the boundary for 4. So, first boundary,
4 leg by.
but 4 leg byes, but a little bit of swing, a hint of swing there from Wokes.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we know he's very capable of, swinging and even seaming. His skill set is of that high volume, and the Barmy Army is cheering them on.
They've started to sing. Here we watch as Wokes is in again. A little bit of movement, this time back into the left-handed Solzano. He's playing it defensively into the offside field, no run. Solzano, a small man, when you see him batting,
he looks like one of my former teammates in Chattagoon from Guyana.
Chattagoon, yes. He has a similar stature. Short man. Doesn't look very powerful, but can be effective. He's driving, not timing through the offside. He's going to get his first run, but again, just a hint of movement once more from Wokes, as he started at one just about outside the line of the off stump, and he was shaping back in to the left-handed Solzano. Brings Mosley into strike. Just one delivery to go in the first over of the second innings for the West Indies President's 11. They're trying to overhaul 306, get to 367 for victory. Wokes short of a length and just getting on top of it. So end of the over, first over of the reply, 5 without loss. Solzano won, and we had that 4 leg byes that went down to the boundary. Steady start for Wokes and for England, and for the President's 11?
I would say a steady start more for the President's 11, with 5 runs off the first over. That's not, that's not really good in terms of the line and the length. He's kind of inconsistent. A few balls outside the off stump and a few down the leg side. So it was a bit inconsistent for the first over for Wokes. But in terms of the President's 11 and Solzano, he got off the mark as well, and with 4, and then you have a 4 leg by. So, they were watchful. And, Mosley, he's looking solid again. I like how he shapes up. Positive stride there by Solzano.
Yes, as Overton is coming in, not bowling extreme pace. I was researching him as he came out to bat, And it says that he can get it up to 85 miles per hour.
Overtime.
Yes, that's what they say that his reading has been. He's gotten it as quick as 85 miles per hour when he's bowling. Not express pace. We talk express when you start to talk about above 90 miles per hour. So no doubt they would call him medium fast. But with his height, he should extract a little bit of bounce as well, coming from that high. He's a tall man. He has 2 slips and a gully in place. He's immediately around the wicket to the left-handers. And again, just trying to work this one away. Ball bobbled down to the short fine leg region for another leg by. 6 without loss. That one went into the body of Solzano.
That one had a bit of bounce on it. But as a fast bowler, and you're bowling medium fast, as you refer to, 85 miles per hour. When you as tall as him and can bowl 85 miles per hour, I think you can be as effective as someone who is bowling at 90 miles per hour. You know, with the bounce that you should extract. Yeah, you can extract. Yeah.
Let's see what he can crank up. Ooh, that's one that's kept low.
That's the inconsistency. The ball before was, bounce funny, and now that one kept low. So it's going to be a difficult task.
Looks like it's going to be a difficult task afternoon.
Yeah.
Because if you have many more of those, LB, you tend to think you might have a lot of LBW shouts.
Our ball down. You have to be careful.
You have to be careful. The batsman would have to concentrate.
Yeah.
For long periods.
I guess you have to have a little luck too, then more.
Certainly. Check drive by Mosley out to the mid-on region, and again, just you could see that Mosley was thinking the delivery before and kept low, so he was sort of looking at that one. That one was of normal height, so he just sort of pushed at it, bobbled back out to the mid-on fielder.
Who's that mid-on fielder? Is that Mark Wood?
I think it is.
Number 33.
Overturn. Ooh, a good leave in the end. Picking it up. That one passing just about stump height outside the line of the off stump to end the over. 6 without loss. We've had 2 overs. Solzano is on 2. Mosley yet to score.
Good positive start by the 2 President's 11 batters. They're looking positive. They're looking like they going out with a purpose, and they have a lot to prove. And as a young peer, so to speak, who's young in first class, I want to aspire to go to the highest level. They will relish this opportunity, every opportunity that you get to execute and exhibit your skills. That is, they are batsmen, so they want to bat. And if you don't bat, you won't be able to go forward. And especially, a third option for a opening batsman, these 2, should be right there.
Oakes changes his line of attack. He's decided to go around the wicket now. His first over, he bowled it from over the wicket. Extracted a little bit of swing, but he's decided now he's going to go around the wicket to the left-handed openers in Solzano and Mosley. And the sun has certainly come back out in all its glory after we had that little bit of overcast condition this morning. The weatherman indicate there was a 40% chance of rain throughout the day, and there should be pockets of moisture passing over the country. And we have a saying here in Antigua and Barbuda, you say cricket, and we get what? Rain. So
I don't think it's a saying anymore. It's just the reality.
Yes, it matters not the drought that we're in.
No.
We say cricket, we get rain. Again, solid looking Solzano. He doesn't look in any trouble at all. Looks very solid, facing up to those deliveries.
That's why Denmore. That's why Denmore, the government needs to I guess, partner. Be a greater partner with West Indies Cricket Board, so we get more cricket here. Because with the problem with the water situation in Antigua, that will help their cause in the near future. I would hope.
I'm sure that it will. Because here's an appeal as this one went down the leg side, taken by the wicket keeper. Just a stifled appeal, more to wake up umpire Bradworth.
Is he sleeping?
Not necessarily, but just to make sure that he knows that, he's still there. He has to work, and the England team just going up all together, but not very, very confident though, and not out, said the umpire very, very quickly. Walks will continue around the wicket. He's in and playing defensively. Once more is Solzano, Jeremy Solzano, plays for Trinidad and Tobago, and he's having the opportunity here. Like I said, he had the unfortunate situation. I was picked for a test match, and feeling at short leg, he was struck on the helmet by a delivery and had to be subbed out for concussion.
But to be honest, I think he's really unfortunate for not, know that he's well and able of not being in the team.
Oh, here is one keeping low, almost cleaning him up on that occasion. He was lucky that one kept low, but it missed the stumps because he looked ugly in trying to defend that one. No damage done in the end, though. 6 without loss at the end of 3 overs. Do you think that the sentiment or the fact that he was inside, he got injured, that the selector should have given him an opportunity since the fact that he's come back?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, that is very unfortunate that he got struck. He never really got an opportunity to bat. He got struck. He was playing and got struck while feeling. And to see now that you're well able, you recover from the concussion, and so a few test matches has passed by, and now another tour, and you're not. It sometimes. I mean, mentally probably he's strong, because sometimes as a player.
That could affect some people.
Yeah, that can affect some people.
That they could be thinking about it. What did I do wrong? I just happened to have been under the helmet. Wasn't my fault. Captain put me there. I got injured and now I got dropped. It's an important, interesting point to make.
Yeah, without even getting an opportunity to face to bat a ball, to do my skill.
Here is. Driven ball, it went in the air, almost a belated reaction from Lees as the ball went over his head at that mid-wicket region, and Mosley gets 2 runs. It was just a delivery that strayed from Overton. Mosley was trying to work that one over the mid-wicket region, left the bat in the air, maybe just for a short while. Mosley might have been nervous, but the ball carried over the top of Lees, and he got 2 runs. So just one slip in for Joe Root. Another heavy delivery from Overton, played defensively by Shane Mosley.
And that's why, you see, the reason why I said that these President's 11 batters need to look and be positive, because I don't think you can survive on this pitch by just trying to survive. I think it's too up and down. So if you're there, I mean, you're gonna get one. You're gonna get one that keep lower, one that get bounces. So you try to be positive, not reckless, just being positive, looking to score. Because I think there is a ball that has a name on it.
Certainly, the way that this pitch is playing, they're gonna come those deliveries that probably has your name on it. But Mosley and Solzano will have to just be looking out for that ball. Here is an appeal for leg before, not out, says the umpire. And Mosley just slightly playing around his pads on that occasion, and he has to be careful of that, because I think the English bowlers are cognizant that the pitch is up and down, and they've seen how it has played And like you said, they're just looking for that one ball.
That one ball.
One that has your
Yeah.
your name on it.
And they have to look to play as straight as possible, because you never know.
Another dot ball goes into the book as we had the end of over number 4. 8 without loss. Solzano on 1, Mosley on 2.
Yeah, and as I this morning I was thinking about the familiar complex of players. When we were growing up, when we were playing in a game and situation like these, playing side games, so to speak, practice games against the international players, they were kind of inferiority complex with us, because we're not accustomed to them. We saw them on TV, and when you go out there, you're trying to familiarize yourself and get with it. You don't have enough time and so forth. But I think in this day and age, in terms of that, it's better because of the professional setup, because of the A team touring and like a T20 setup where you have players coming from all over the globe, and
it's easier to rub shoulders
with them,
with some of the greats or some of the better players.
Yeah, so now that when you meet them in a setting like this, now I think you're much more,
you should be more comfortable.
Yeah,
more often than that you've had an interaction. Walks outside the line of the offside. That one looked good in terms of its bounce and carry and pace from Walks. Trying to work up some pace here. This is good to see that he's trying to bowl fast, trying to bowl quickly. Maybe, as you said, try to quiet some of his critics. Cause them to think that, I am more than just an English conditioned swing bowler.
And I think also that this bowling attack, I want to send a message, because in the papers they are saying that this is they don't really believe. I have an English friend that I met a few months ago. He came from England and staying here, but he plays a lot of golf. So he was telling me that this bowling attack, they're not trusting this bowling attack. They don't believe in this bowling attack. So with the bowling attack will come and try to bowl out this team and probably win this game. Will maybe give them a little more confidence and self-belief.
You gotta trust who you have. Solzano coming forward, and this is the difference between the West Indies and probably the English player. You get to tend to think just how Solzano was not trying to play a scoring shot,
right?
But the ball carried so quickly to the fielder in the cover region, in the short mid-off region, that he's actually not. He's still pushing at those deliveries rather than playing defensively.
Yeah, I mean, it's in half volley, and he was right in position. It's just for him to be positive and
drive it.
Drive it.
If you're driving, you're driving. This time he's playing a defensive shot to delivery right up to him. But we have to. The batsman will have to be that confident. You get a delivery like that to drive, you drive it. You either you can't be halfway. You're pushing at it, but you're pushing and you're half cocked. It means that you could find yourself in some trouble.
Be tentative. Be positive.
Again, the England team, they're appealing. I don't know what for. They were appealing for a catch down wicket. Umpire not interested. The end of another over number 5, West Indies, President's 11 in their second innings. They are 8 without loss.
Yeah, you can see Wokes is working up with the leg slip, that they are working on that particular dismissal. Maybe caught at leg slip or caught at the wicket keeper. So they have the field set for it, and now and then he will slightly bowl the ball a bit straight, and hopefully, Solzano or Mosley will work it to that plan. So you see the plan.
See the plan.
Yeah.
Overton continues, tries a bouncer. Mosley ducking under it.
Yeah, he's not. To me, like, he took his eyes off it. The ball was very wide outside the off stump, and because he realizes you have to watch the ball as a batter. You have to watch the ball as long as possible.
A lot of these openers I find in these days, they don't seem to handle the short ball very well. They tend to take their eyes off of it, turn their back, and just look to duck. Another short of a let delivery that is rising up to Mosley, and
You
there's no
know,
run.
you know, if I can recall, right? I don't think that I was ever surprised by a short delivery, because one of the first things that I took in as people talking coaches is that after this delivery, nice
A
strike,
driven ball is driven, nicely knocked down.
good cricket. That's
Yes, it is. It is.
And a good feeling and good stride, good shot. That's good cricket. Because one of the things that always stuck in my mind is that anytime a bowler, running off the ball to you, you have to look for that short ball then more. You probably catch me with a full ball or a half volley, but in terms of getting me surprised with a short ball, I don't think I can't recall, because I was always looking for that short ball.
Always. And with the bowlers that you had to face around here,
Well, you have a point.
you should be looking for that short ball. Another delivery that is played away defensively. And so there is just one run. If you were just joining us and you didn't hear overnight, the West Indies Women Warriors, as they call themselves, defeated New Zealand in the opening match of the Women's World Cup. Here is another delivery that the Bulls is looking to play on the onside. A stifled appeal coming from the England team. Let me give you the scorecard of the Maroon Warriors. DeAndre Dottin got 12. Haley Matthews making a fine 119. Kaisia Knight making 5. Stephanie Taylor 30. Shemaine Campbell 20. Shidi Nation 36. Chanel Henry 8. Alia Aline 2. And Shamilia Connell was not out on 4. And Anissa Mohammed was run out for 11. 259 for 9 was the total. The end of the over has come up. 8 without loss.
Yeah, and for cricket lovers, you have some lovely cricket happening. I was watching this morning with the India and Sri Lanka. Richard Pant, man, he comes in. He's like a crisis man for England, for India. But the way that he plays, he doesn't play like the team is in crisis. He plays so freely and have so much shots. And then after that, now I was watching Willow. After that, you have the Pakistan and Australia series as well.
Lots of cricket to go around.
Real cricket, I would say.
Yep. Wokes continues, and the bowling for the New Zealanders. Tahuhu, she got 3 wickets, 2 wickets for Kerr, and a wicket for Rowe. Also, another wicket for Amelia Kerr. So you have Jess Kerr and Amelia Kerr.
Yeah, sisters. Yeah, naturally.
And then in reply, Sophie Devine, the captain, also getting a century for the New Zealanders. And leave. Congratulations to the West Indies Women Warriors.
Maroon. We gotta get in. We gotta keep in years with these ladies that we have.
Because I believe that if one day we had Dutton, Matthews, and
Taylor
firing, it could spell trouble for some of the other teams, because they could really put a big total on the board. And I think New Zealand slightly underestimated them this morning, inserting them to bat. At first, thinking that they could probably bundle out the Maroon Warriors, but again, the decision to put Hayley Matthews back at the top with Deandra Dutton, I think has paid off, because she seems to be in rich form right now. Hayley Matthews, she's looking she's in the best form of her life.
And I also think that she's much more comfortable, opening the batting. I think so.
Whoops is continuing, and this is a delivery that is much slower than deliveries he's bowled before, and there is no one.
But what you said in terms of New Zealand inserting them, probably I would do the same, because leading up to the practice game that they have played, I mean, they really didn't do much with the bat leading into the World Cup, or the final phase of practice games leading into the World Cup. The batting, they've never really fired.
So the end of another over. West Indies present 11 remain on 8 without loss after 7 overs. And so in the warm-up matches, the batting didn't fire, but it's important that it comes good when
at the right time.
Time is right at the right time, and the right time seems to be now when it's the actual tournament. And New Zealand is a big scalp, because coming off of the last warm-up match that New Zealand had, that Australia made 321 against them, and they knocked off the runs 325 for 1 in their final warm-up match.
For 1?
Yes.
Wow.
Sophie Devine made 164, I think, not out in that game. So
they have another player, another batter who been scoring a few centuries as well for New Zealand women's team. I can't remember her name, but a few weeks ago in the last series that they played, I think she scored a few centuries, batting well. So they have New Zealand is one of the top teams,
and they're probably one of the favorites,
especially at home, innit?
Yep. So they would have been wounded this morning, having lost. That you could really look at and I remember when the last wicket fell. If you read the lips of one of the coaches, you wouldn't want that one to come over the ear. What he said, especially when that last batter was run out.
But I was watching this one.
Leach is on, and his first delivery beats the keeper and runs down to the fine leg boundary for 4. So starting offline, that one going down the leg side to the left-handed Mosley, and also wicket keeper. Is it Fox that's keeping? Because his shirt is not carrying a number.
That's him. That's the same shirt he was batting in. Because I can't remember that the scorers were wondering who was that, because they didn't have the number. So
certainly, yeah. So he's there now. They've decided to bring Root. Root has brought himself into that leg slip position. So there's a leg slip, and a man at short leg for Leach. Left arm over the wicket to Mosley, and again Mosley this time thought of playing it and just allowing it to go into the gloves of Fox, and that's good wicket keeping as well, just following the ball, and he would have been blindsided by Mosley, but was able to watch the ball into his gloves. Leach down the leg side again. This time Mosley was looking to swing it away, not making contact.
That's a brilliant take.
It was. And Leach has actually bowled two wretched deliveries this over. The first one that went for 4 byes, that last one, which was a good take by wicketkeeper Fox. They continue to crowd Mosley.
I think wicketkeepers are born born
They
to
are.
be wicket keepers.
They are.
You know, sometimes you can make a bowler, make a batsman, but I think wicket keeping, man, you have to be born a wicket keeper too. You see the fingers of some of the wicket keeper at the end of the career.
They're damaged. I can tell you, in my young days, Sylvester Joseph, I was a wicket keeper.
Oh my goodness!
And you look at it, you see it here. That's the result.
Wow.
I started off wicket keeping, and then when we got to secondary school, Chester Joseph, who was an outfield player, took a liking to wicket keeping, and then I transferred to become a opening batsman and fast bowler. So got my finger damaged early.
Well, I can't really say that you were a shabby wicket keeper, because I mean, the one that took over, he was an excellent.
That's what I'm saying. Chester Joseph was an excellent cricketer in general.
and I heard, I saw he play a few football, but people think that he's a better footballer.
People think so in the village. They would argue any day that he's a better footballer than cricketer. He's an excellent all-rounder. If you ever see him play basketball as well, you would be surprised that the guy is a sportsman.
Obviously, man, he's a Joseph, you know.
We watch as
that ball should have a drive in it.
Is this Overton that is coming from this end? And has switched around?
It looked like he has a switch.
Switched end, but that one was, they're still saying it's walks. Let me just pull my extra eyes out just to make sure.
That doesn't look like walks.
Doesn't look like walks.
Overton.
Looks more like Overton to me.
It is Overton.
It is. My eyes are not deceiving me. Overton, and he's around the wicket.
And you have an extra.
I have a very an extra here.
Extra.
Yeah, these ones give me a little bit of magnification, so I can be certain.
Probably have to send it over to the scores.
We will, because are you saying that they get it wrong very often, and or they need to identify?
No, I haven't said that. I'm just
our scorers are good people.
Very good people.
So Overton is in, and again, right up. I think those deliveries can be driven. That one was right up to Solzano, but he's not in the frame of mind to play an attacking shot. He seems to probably just be trying to survive into the luncheon interval. I saw Wood warming up earlier before England came out. I thought we were going to see him with the ball already, but
I think after this delivery,
Overton short delivery, and that just goes past the grill of the shot. Solzano, and there is no run.
The first morning when they were going out to bowl, the first time they were going out to bowl, I saw Wood doing some warm up here, and he almost basically slipped. And the practice, when he was very upset, he got up and, in anger, fired some kicks at the wicket and so forth. And from then I haven't seen him until he came.
We saw him in the warm up earlier. So.
But that looks like that's not him down there. That just.
I think he's on the field.
I think that is him, number 33.
He is on the field, but he just has not bowled as yet.
And we haven't seen Stokes as well. I don't think Stokes.
No, Stokes is not out on the field.
Yes.
Is he?
Yeah.
Or he's at mid off? Is that him?
Yeah, that's him at mid off. 55.
Yes, he is on the field. Ben Stokes. Wood is out on the field, but we just haven't seen him bowl yet. And I would love to see what type of pace he would extract on this wicket. Overton continues striving outside the line of the off stump, again through to the wicket keeper, and there's no run. 9 overs have been bowled so far. 13 without loss is the score.
So you think Wood, looking at this pitch, you think Wood would want to
he would not be looking in the direction of Root anytime soon.
I don't think he will be
No, he wouldn't be licking his lips to say, Rooty, get me on. No, he would be probably just hoping that Root doesn't look towards him anytime soon.
And he's not looking at Wood at all. He's he's that long off, long on.
He's now at extra cover.
Yeah, he's not.
For Leach, as the slip and leg slip and short leg continues to be in place. This one just coming off the edge. They're gonna get a run down to the short third man position. So just one.
Jack Leach seems from I think after lunch on the second day when he started bowling, he seems like, I don't know if the bowling coach spoke to him, but he tends to want to spin it, rip it some more.
Driven but straight to Wood at that extra cover region, and you should try to really rip it. He was a little bit slow when he started, but he's since added a little bit of fizz, a little bit of zip to his deliveries. Left arm over, he's in, and good call, good communication. Something that they were criticized for in the first innings, these two. This occasion, recognizing that there is no fielder close by on that offside, apart from the slip and the man who is at extra cover, and that was always a single. Leach is in again. Defensive shot from Jeremy Salzano. Full pitch delivery right up to him.
I believe that those balls deserve a drive in it. You have to be positive when you're batting.
I would love to see him being positive. He's getting one that he's already made up his mind. He could almost see that long time he's made up his mind that he was going to play that one defensively. Leach just asking Wood to go a little bit to his right.
He's gone around the wicket too, a different angle.
And he's going to change the angle. He's around the wicket to Salzano. Again, plays defensively back along the pitch. And there is no run. 15 without loss. We've had 10 overs.
Yeah, good start. Good quiet start here by the two batters here for West Indies. They're not really in any sort of trouble anymore. But what we're thinking about is that, the rank half valleys, especially, you can be a little more positive to them.
Put those away. Yeah. When you get those rank half volleys, you really need to put those away and look to be positive. Get some runs on the board for yourself.
And as a batter, that's what you're looking at. I believe that's what you're supposed to be looking for.
Oliver is bowling. Got right through, his legs didn't move. The inside edge probably found, but the stumps are knocked back. That's the end of Mosley. Caught on the back foot on the crease from Overton, and he goes. West Indies President's 11 losing their first wicket. Mosley bowled by Overton for 7.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we've been talking about. One of them, one delivery has a name on it. He's going to keep lower bounce and
big inside edge. Yeah. That one was outside the line of the off stump and played away from his body. He was on the back foot too, both feet back, and the ball took a thick inside edge onto his stumps, and he walks back to the crease, to the pavilion. He's gone. Mosley making 7. 15 for 1. Devon Thomas has come out at number 3.
Yeah, he looks like a man on a mission. He came out of the dressing room like he couldn't wait then more. So sometimes when you see a battle like that, you're like they're hoping that someone get out, but that is not the case. He just want to get his rhythm, I
think he wants to get his rhythm, and he wants to portray that he's positive, that he's coming out positively, that he's not coming out nervously, that he's not coming out thinking that he's going to be defeated. He's coming out thinking, I'm coming out to be positive. I'm going to have a good day batting today.
You think it's the bat? You know what's on the bat? The bat maker is speed. You think that has to do anything with it?
Possibly, because he really walked out very quickly to the crease. Yeah. 2 slips in, and they also have 2 men catching in that short extra cover position. Two of them for Devon Thomas. Overton has gone back over the wicket to the right-handed Devon Thomas. And Thomas gets a good delivery. First stop, playing defensively back along the pitch. No run. So
his innings of late as well portray some speed in it.
He has been very positive. He was scoring very freely in the domestic competition, in the regional competition. Short delivery down the leg side. He was looking to pull it. Didn't make contact. He's come out and he's he's not thinking that lunch is in what, 3 minutes. I'm going to be positive. If I'm given a bad delivery, I'm going to look to put it away. And that's typically how Devon Thomas bats. He's not going to come and just look to survive. He's going to look to be positive.
And I think he has to. Not only him, but the other batters. I think
he's driving back to the bowler and he's out. Ball and caught. Right up to him and very tamely drove it back to Overton, who took the catch gleefully. Devon Thomas goes without scoring and the second wicket has gone down for the President's 11. Thomas goes without scoring, caught Overton, and that is a soft way to go.
Even though this is what he's similar to how he got out in the first innings, his front foot is not doing any work at all, and that is why it struck right on lunch, the interval. I mean, when you check, only difference is the first innings he got chopped on the LBW, but this one, he just pushed it back like a baby, leaning edge to the bowler. He's not coming out to the ball and getting his head over the ball, coming to the ball. So that is his downfall in both innings.
So Thomas goes just before, pretty much on the stroke of lunch, and England would be happy having gotten 2 wickets. Another disappointment for Devon Thomas and the Antiguan public. Devon Thomas scoring 1 and not in this match. As we give you the summary of the match so far, England 466 for 6 and 164 for 4. President's 11 264 all out and 15 for 2. So the West Indies President's 11 need 352 more runs for victory. England need 8 wickets if we're going to have a result today. Just the bowling stats for England: 2 wickets for Overton in his 4.4 overs. Wokes had 4 overs for 4 overs and also for 1 run, and Leach with his 2 overs for 6 runs. 3 bowlers used so far by England. We're going to take a short break, refresh ourselves, and we will be back for more coverage of the post-lunch session of this CWI President's 11 warm-up match in the Apex Test Series against England. Denver Roberts, on behalf of all the commentators here, sending you back to Master Control. And we're back. We had a slight rain delay after the luncheon interval. Just some rain around here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in Antigua and Barbuda. The rain has since disappeared. The covers are off. The English players are back out on the field. So too the West Indian batters. West Indies President's 11 losing a wicket just on the stroke of lunch. Devon Thomas bowled and caught, overturned without scoring. And it means that Alec Athenes has also come out to join Jeremy Salzano with the total on 15 for 2. Unlucky, Devon Thomas, or maybe came out a little bit overconfident? What
I suppose, just not really showing that the required level. At that time, maybe just a little lackadaisical, maybe not concentrating quite as hard. Presented with a second opportunity here to put in a good performance and not really managing to take it.
Certainly not managing to take it. We're ready for the first delivery. Overton will complete his over just 2 deliveries he had left. Athenes getting the first delivery, pushing it into the offside field. Can't score. So do you think England would be pushing for victory today? You think that they would be thinking that they can bowl out this President's 11 side?
Definitely, they'll be looking to make inroads here, especially after this luncheon interval. I know you'd be pretty happy to have to see Alec Athenes.
I'm very happy to see Athenes
at number 4 here, coming in earlier.
Here is he getting the delivery that is beating him outside the line of the off stump. And one of the things that we've seen with these West Indian batters is just that, trapped on the crease, feet not moving, and similar to what happened with Devon Thomas, reaching for the delivery because his feet were not moving, and in reaching for it he played it back to Overton. End of the over, 15 for 2.
Yeah, not quite as sharp with their footwork, it takes them a bit of time to really get into their innings and get accustomed to maybe the slight step up in quality from these English bowlers. You want to see guys coming in and from ball 1 being ready to go. The thing is, with these bowlers of high class, just one lapse in concentration, he could be back in the pavilion. So you want to see positive intent, but sharp footwork while in defense and also when attacking.
Certainly you want to see sharp footwork, and the players are going to have to learn and adjust very quickly to the conditions and to what is required at this level. But it is an opportunity presented to them, and they should be looking to take it with both hands. We're going to see Wood for the very first time.
I was going to say.
First delivery, that little bit of extra pace right into Salzano. And I sort of suspected that Wood would be called upon because
at some point
during the luncheon interval he did a little bit of work as well with the coaches just before that rain, the rain that we had. He was out there in the middle, being
going through his paces. Yeah. And that extra pace, probably the quickest of the bowlers here in this England attack, and they'll be expecting big things from him going into the Test series.
This is Wood. Played away down in the onside is the left-handed Salzano. Both batsmen at the crease are left-handers, in Athenes and Salzano. Similar in height as well. Both short stature, slimly built, and no doubt Athenes.
I like the look of Salzano, though, to be honest.
Yes, he does.
Quite composed.
Solid. What I would want for him, just a little bit though, that when he gets those half volleys, that he is positive.
He really looks to
and put them away.
Yep.
Wood around the wicket, and Athenes is flicking this one, gets it down to, it looks to be Wokes on the boundary.
And just as a cricket fan, just looking at this composition of this English bowling attack. Yes, Wood has that extra pace, but then you're looking around and you're actually struggling to actually find another bowler that you think could possibly provide that similar penetration, especially in these tough conditions here in the West Indies. could be
Certainly.
something, could be an aspect where they actually struggle. This
And
English.
based on what we've seen so far, I haven't seen that bowler that is I expect to be destructive. Short delivery from Wood, just swaying out of the way.
I think
Salzano.
Saqib Mahmood, probably. But he'd probably also need conditions to be in his favor. Yeah, we saw how at times even him, he looked pretty ordinary here at the CCG in his spell yesterday, not really getting too much movement. The pace and the bounce, the pace, nothing extraordinary. So I think it's an area of concern, really, and especially when you think of the two bowlers at home with their feet up.
Here we watch. Within his first over, Salzano continues to look solid when he gets behind those deliveries. So very comfortable, very compact, not rushing into the stroke. It looks as if he has time to play those strokes, even to the faster bowler in Wood.
Pretty simple technique as well. You look at it and you don't see many areas where it can actually go wrong. Just pretty simple, watching the ball right onto the back. Quite compact, very unfortunate not to have actually made his test debut, but he's back on the road to recovery and looking pretty good.
Edges past the lone slip, feel that slip. That's Root. Went to the left of the wicket keeper and right of Root. He got a hand to it, but it was quickly down to the third man boundary for 4. But a genuine edge found in the first over for Wood. The end of the over, 21 for 2.
And that's what that extra pace can do then more. We're seeing the effect of that extra pace. Matthew Wood coming in and getting a genuine edge. We haven't seen many genuine edges in this match per se. It's been pretty flat, pretty good for batting. But on that occasion, that extra pace for Mark Wood, just managing to find that edge, and Joe Root not being able to poach that catch.
And England have decided they're going to use both X factors after lunch. We see Ben Stokes coming into the attack as well. So Overton just bowling his 2 deliveries to complete his over. And now we're going to have Ben Stokes. So Wood and Stokes in the attack. Is that a good ploy from England right after the luncheon interval?
Yeah, just trying to make sure they get their two guys some work here going into. Oh, and that's going to be a wicket first up.
Yes, and he's out left before Alex Athens getting one that just swung back at him, cutting back sharply at him, got caught on the crease. Again, what we were talking about, not moving his feet out to that one and giving out leg before. Will we look at it again?
Yeah, and that's, we mentioned what Ben Stokes brings to this English attack. Yeah, just not getting out, actually caught inside the crease, both feet inside the crease there.
Him about the knee roll, and
just that little movement though from Ben Stokes, and we talked about his wicket taking ability, and that's what he does. He generally comes to the party, and 3 wickets down now for the President's 11. England would definitely be pushing for a win, I think.
Certainly. Casey Carty looks to be the new batter who has come out, or is that? Look and see who is that. Is it Carty?
Looks like Shane Dorridge, actually.
Dorridge, the captain who has come out. So Shane Dorridge, the captain, has come out, and is that a good move for Dorridge? Try to get into the middle, try to probably get his eye in, see if he can get some runs.
Well, yeah, if you think, Casey Carty's been held back. Also Raymond Reefer, the 2 guys that would have. Raymond Reefer scoring a century and Casey Carty scoring a half century. 2 guys that would have spent some time in the middle, good amount of time in the middle, and Shane Dorridge trying to do the same. Being promoted to number 5. He batted at 7 in the first innings, and also looking to get some runs here, spend some time out in the middle. You never know. There's quite a bit of time still left between now and that first test. So who knows if he'll be called upon. It may be unfortunate circumstances for the Silver. Who knows if he gets injured or whatever, but he'd be looking to get some valuable match practice in here as well.
Certainly. So, Dorridge, right-handed batsman, and like we said, he had an unfortunate situation in New Zealand, where he left that tour early. We hadn't seen him for about 14 months or so. He's back now in cricket, and he is the captain of this President's 11 team.
Unfortunate dismissal in that first innings as well. Got one that just rolled along the ground.
And you're expecting that you're going to have a lot of those in the second inning, so he has to be on the lookout. Stokes is in. And a good positive shot to start by Dorich.
And that's what I was saying to Vernon a bit earlier, here on this final day. Who England actually employs to bowl after lunch will determine pretty much, it will give us a lot of insight into how they're thinking going into that first test. And as we've seen, after lunch, it's Mark Wood and Ben Stokes, two of the mainstays probably of this bowling attack.
So you tend to think that we're going to see a lot of these two when it comes to the test matches.
For sure.
Again, which is on the back foot. He has to be careful. He has to be mindful, having seen the downfall of Alec Athenas, that the ball, sometimes when you're on the back foot and the ball is keeping low, tend to bring the LBW into play.
And just done for pace as well, slightly, Alec Athenas. It was the first ball of Ben Stokes as well. Just that hint of movement back into him, pitched within line, and hit him maybe middle and leg,
basically. Here is he getting one that he's looking to, but he just saw the length of that one. It was short and he was looking to pull it, but the ball again rolled all along the ground and into the gloves of folks. This time he survives, but again, Dorich must be wondering,
wow,
when am I going to get a break from this?
And I'm not
when
sure what he saw there.
Face, Stokes can't believe that one didn't crash into his stumps.
Yeah, and I don't think it was quite as short. Premeditating slightly, or he premeditated that one slightly, just going back and not just seeing the ball slightly short and looking to play that pull shot.
He faces again. And on the back foot, this time he's working it backward of squeeze. Going to get runs here. The fielder giving chase, just pulls it up inside the boundary, and the batsmen are able. One looks more runs to the President's 11 team. 20.
Shane Dorich. Possible.
The ball 4-3.
Ben Stokes started pretty well. What we have always noticed here early in the mornings and in the intervals, he's always his bowling work penalty, and all that shows you how important.
Stay healthy. Extra pick. Right up. Maybe probably batters to the table is in.
Down almost having to that one.
And this time looks comfortable as that one is angled down.
Full voice over there serenading Mark Wood welcoming him. A crowd favorite, he actually.
When you watch effort that he normally striving for that extra pace
To
follow through.
stop her, bro.
A little bit, especially his front.
She had the quickest.
Right up. Defend off fielder.
And
No one.
actually credit of just take and the force through that front foot, that landing leg. You know, he's actually stayed healthier since then.
He thought that he could have been a little more positive. That one stood up to be hit. He's punching it, finding the fielder at point, and there's no run.
Looks to be a player who I like his mindset. I like his showing.
Here is the good delivery on the end. 3 for saying that he thought that Solzano was unfortunate, having made his debut in the sense that he was in the team, he got injured while fielding and had to be subbed out for concussion. But then what happened thereafter is that he was dropped. Do you share the view that he was a little bit unfortunate not to have been given another chance?
Yeah,
recovered?
Done. You know, players, who knows if he was in the same form that he was before getting picked. So yeah, I definitely consider him unfortunate. Unfair? No, not so much. He's here again. He's still firmly in the selector's mind. He's a young boy. I'm sure he would have liked to have been selected. At least he came back and he scored a half century in his game back. It seems like it took him a bit of a while to recover from that concussion. It was a nasty blow, actually.
Was.
Think if you and he seems is
coming in, folks, and so it begins on the on the back foot on the fourth wicket has gone down. Dorich bowled by Stokes for 2, and the President's 11, they are 23 for 4. Let's have a look at this one once again.
just leaving him at the last second at delivery. Yep. Not really in line, Shane Dorich. Almost anticipating a short ball. And that's why I mentioned that him playing that stroke to the ball that wasn't quite short, the one that rolled through, told me that he was almost looking for short deliveries, just camped on the crease there. And if it's one thing about Ben Stokes, regardless of the conditions, he's going to get some sort of movement through the air. We've seen it here. I've seen it here for the last 4 days. Every morning I come here, whether it's with a newer ball or older ball, that hint of shape away from the right-handed batter. That's his stock delivery on that occasion. Pitched it in the perfect area to Shane Dorrich. No real footwork. Caught on the crease and managed to hit that off stump. CWI President's 11, 4 down.
Yep, Shamar Springer has come out to join Jeremy Solzano. So, no Reefer,
no
Casey Carty as yet. It's given the opportunity to some other players who probably would have failed in the first innings, giving them an opportunity to showcase their talent, especially with lead selector Desmond Haynes still being in the ground, still being on.
If they get bowled out here, they'd be very disappointed. If you think about it, these are all players who are in form for their territories, and they still want to put out a good performance, a respectable performance. But right now, just folding slightly, Denmore, under the pressure.
Stokes to Shamar Springer. Good leave in the end. Just saw that one just about the off stump. But just having seen your captain being bowled similarly, Shamar Springer was very brave to leave that one.
And he's going to have to look out for the one that just comes back.
That comes back, because I think that was the one that undid the captain in Dorwich. That one just shaped back and completely beating Dorwich. Both beating him completely and knocking his stumps back. Stokes is in, short of a length delivery, and Springer hustled into a stroke. He was up on his toes.
Get the feeling he's just setting him up here, Denmore. He's trying to set Shamar Springer up, either for that nick outside the off stump there, to the outswinger, or crashing into the stumps or the pads. With the other one, we know he's got that ability as well, and he's hit his straps from ball one.
Stokes is going to continue. He's facing, and again outside that line of the off stump. This one shaped away. Good over this from Ben Stokes, and he continues to bowl well, being given the ball after the luncheon interval.
And it shows you the importance of being able to do something with the ball then more, especially in flat conditions, hot, dry. Ben Stokes is having that ability to move the ball slightly through the air, and it doesn't have to do that much. And it's that slight movement has caused a lot of trouble for these West Indian batters. Mark Woody with his extra pace as well. Just hurrying these CWI President's 11 batters, but a valuable experience, and Solozano so far coming through the test.
Well, he's going to have to continue. He's getting a delivery right up to him, working it away on the side. Should be two easy runs. Gets them easily in the end as well. Himself and Shamar Springer just easing through for those 2 runs.
And he's got to be selfish here. When I say selfish, he's got to bat for himself at this stage. Yes, it's a team game, but it's a team game made up of individual performances.
Well, I think the ability to win the game has gone.
Yes.
So now it's just a matter of individual performances.
Yeah, playing for himself and getting a score.
Yep. Board is in. And again, another short of a length delivery. And they've put that man in that leg slip position because Woods is going to be attacking Solzano, seemingly in the rib cage region. He's aiming for those deliveries that would come into his body, where he looks to fend it off.
And also, if he does hammer one in and it doesn't quite get as bounce as the batter expects, or doesn't quite bounce as high, LBW and bowled comes into the picture.
He's in, and again, you can see what he's working on, trying to induce that false stroke from Solzano. Solzano just walks away because he too must be mindful of the ploy of Wood. He's put Overton in that leg slip position. He has Crawley at the first slip position, and he's just looking to try and induce that false stroke from Solzano. Solzano now has to also be astute enough to understand what is going on and try to combat it. This is Wood in, and this time on the line of the off stump. Not coming right forward, but just jumping into line is Solzano.
And Mark Wood here just asking some different questions of Jeremy Solzano, and that's the game, especially at the very highest level. Then more are you able to make the adjustments when players ask different questions of you? Are you able to adjust and still be successful? Grind out a result. That's what we're asking. As we see Desmond Haynes out there having a look at the young opening batsman, he'd know a bit about opening batting, wouldn't he? That's what I mean.
He struck on the body. Again, a short delivery. You could just that same delivery. Took his eye off of that one though at the last moment, and he struck somewhere up on the shoulder region.
And it's always dangerous, especially when those short balls don't quite bounce as high, and you're not sure as a batter whether to duck or whether to play. Kind of caught in two minds
caught
there.
In two minds, and he's going to tough it out. He's going to continue. The players, they wear all these
protective gear
this year, these days. Arm guard and
ribs and chest abdominal guard. Yeah.
You can see what Wood is trying to do. He's really just trying to set up Solzano. I think he wants to give him a Yorker, one of those Yorker, but he's letting him think about different things and trying to set him up in his mind. The end of the over, 25 for 416 overs gone.
It's going to be interesting to see how long they keep Wood in the attack as well. He seems to be running in, hitting the deck pretty hard. Actually, he may be finished. He's gone off three overs, 1 made and 8 runs. It looks like he's going off the field. Ollie Pope
got in the work that he wanted to, or maybe that's just something that is not quite right.
Yeah, who knows?
So he's just probably going in to have a word with the physio just to make sure they're gonna have to manage him.
Yep.
And I think Sylvester Joseph said on the morning, one of the early mornings, he might have fell or might have fallen on one of the pitches, and
when he was bowling,
when he was going through his paces. So we'll see how that goes. But he's off the field, and is it Ollie Pope that has come on to
Ollie
replace
Pope
him?
replaced him.
So Ollie Pope as well doing some physical work during the break.
He's been working pretty hard actually.
Yeah, he's been working pretty hard. Every day we
running
see him running a lot around the field. Shows the kind of commitment that these players have. His delivery that has Shamar Spring a little spot of bother. One that cuts back sharply at him. Took him something just above the pad region. Those can be very, very painful. Just that little spot that is between the pad and the thigh pad. Just that little meaty area there. And if you've ever played cricket before, if you're listening, this ball, this cherry, hits pretty hard.
Pretty hard.
Stokes is in. And the edge found, but he's going to get a boundary. It squeezes down to the third man region, but again, squares him up. He was looking to go on the onside, just squared up a bit. The edge found, but it went all along the ground and down to third man for 4. 29 for 4.
Yeah, Ben Stokes proving to be a real handful for these CWI President's 11 batters here from ball 1. He's got the ball in good areas, ball quite full. Got it to move through the air as well, and on that occasion taking the edge but not carrying to a fielder and going away to the third man boundary for 4.
Stokes will continue. He's having a good spell. He would be in a good frame of mind. Full toss that is driven through extra cover 4. So it was a full toss delivery and put away by Shamar Springer. It was a full toss over pitch and he gave it the treatment that it deserved.
The first real gimme from Ben Stokes. He did mention his ability to take wickets, but also at times he can just leak runs. Not quite as metronomic or consistent as some others. You think of an Anderson per se, but he definitely possesses that wicket-taking ability, and that's been on show here today.
Stokes is in once more, short of a length delivery on the back foot and playing defensively. Shema Springer. Springer is on 8. 10 is Solzano. Solzano's faced 52 deliveries. Springer just the 8 deliveries for his 8 runs. He's facing up to Ben Stokes, who has had 2 wickets since the luncheon interval, and he's just in his 3rd over.
2 for 10. It sounds like a beer proportion in Antigua.
Yep.
2 for 10.
We watch. Here is Stokes once more. And ill-directed delivery that is worked away by Springer. Springer wants 2 and he gets it in the end. Just a little bit of hesitation again from Solzano. Solzano is going to have to learn the Bajan because he seems when he's batting with Bajans that he doesn't communicate very well. The end of the over has come up 35 for 4.
That's really funny to think of the that run out in the first innings. It was almost like they were from two different ends
countries
of the world.
yes,
you know, one was speaking Chinese and another one Russian.
Correct.
But we're all from the same region. English being the main language here in the Caribbean. Well, the English-speaking Caribbean.
And sometimes it's a matter of accent.
Yes, exactly.
So,
but yes or no.
Yes and no should be universal.
Regardless of accent,
yes.
does it?
Should be universal, but we tend to just see him hesitate when he's running. Jeremy Solzano tends to be a little bit, tends to just watch the ball a little bit.
And we don't hear the loud calling in the stump mic either. Out there, you don't hear the loud communication.
The shout of yes, no.
Something to work on. As it's
and they will tell you that the 3 calls. They say it's yes, no, or wait.
Or wait. Manish Labuschagne, wait on. That wait on. That's the fashionable wait now. Actually,
wait on.
And the leave. You know that even saw Rakim essay a few Manish Labuschagne leaves the other day there in Sri Lanka.
No doubt. Wood looks as if he's probably going to come back onto the field. We see him re-emerging. Maybe just a bathroom break or something of the sort, because we see him standing on the boundary preparing to come back. Wokes is bowling from the end that he was bowling from. So whatever it is that he went into the dressing room for, he's satisfied that it has been sorted. We see him standing on the boundary looking to come back onto the field.
Looking quite keen to come back out.
Wokes is there.
Oh!
That one went right through him, and how that one didn't hit the stumps, we don't know. It comes down the fine leg boundary for 4, but I would love to see that one again. That one went right through Jeremy Solzano and into the boundary.
Was giving us runs, right?
Was giving us runs. We don't see a signal from the umpire.
Possibly taking the inside edge. Oh, that moved quite late, didn't it?
Yeah.
Is it reversing? Is it just starting to reverse swing slightly?
Looks so that one is moving. It did take the inside edge, and that's probably what took it past that leg stump. and went down to the final leg boundary for 4. Wokes is in again, and this
Well
time
played.
he's
That's well played.
just steering this one down to third man, and he's going to pick up another boundary. This time he was in control deliberately, just using the open face of the bat and running it down to third man for another boundary.
That was well played there. He let that one come to him. Didn't reach too far out in front. Played with soft hands. Just angled into the gap, going away for 4 runs down to a wideish third man. Good batting there from Jeremy Solozano.
Good batting indeed, and part of the Caribbean flavor. When we have boundaries and wickets and so on, the hi-fi comes on. And the Bahami Army, they're going to have to learn those songs.
It started here first. You may not believe it, but it actually originated here in this country of Antigua.
Certainly. And still, up to now, the first hi-fi to have been ever given man of the match. Outside the
first non-player.
First non-player. Remember we were saying earlier that in Antigua you say cricket, you get rain. And for that test match we had rain, for 4 days straight?
Yes.
And the folks still turned out every day and joined the Chicky Party stand, and he jammed them for all the hours when the rain was falling, the hi-fi was on, and at the end of the day he was given man of the match.
For sure.
What a beautiful thing that.
To have a special moment.
Special moment. So Wokes continues. He's had none for 9 so far. He's in his 5th over. Just one delivery to go. We say congratulations once again to the Maroon Warriors, the female team taking a big scalp this morning, Mali, when
massive.
They defeated
the
New Zealanders. The host shocked them outside the line of the off stump again from Wokes.
And the hosts were in good form as well.
They were. The captain, Sophie Devine, getting a century in this match, but was upstaged by
Haley
Matthews, who also got a century. And I woke up just in time when I woke up this morning to take in some of the match. Haley Matthews was on 90.
Wow.
And
I missed it actually.
And it was a really good knock from her. And remember one especially one she drove one over the long off region for 6. That was a
serious
magnificent shot.
But it bodes well going into the further into the tournament, considering Haley Matthews at the top of her game, still have DeAndre Dottin, Stefani Taylor to find form.
Fire,
if these players can fire,
they're in with the chance. If they fire,
definitely in
they're
with the
going
chance.
to have to clean up their feeling though. I think they dropped 5 catches this morning.
That's too many.
And that's too many. But once they clean that up, I think that they can compete. Here is delivery as Ben Stokes continues from the southern end. The target is 367. They need 324 more to win. I think we've long gone past that. It's now a matter of playing for
a matter of survival, actually.
Survival and playing for yourself, playing for personal targets, to probably playing for Desmond Haynes. We would say.
Personal development.
Personal development. We've seen Desmond Haynes. He's made his way back up into the accommodation next to us. Having a look at Shema Springer and Jeremy Solzano. He has that poker face on.
As always.
Time to time, as always.
I'm sure he'll be pondering some possible combinations. Maybe the conditions at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. What would be the best attack to go in with? The bowling lineup, batting lineup. He's got a few things on his mind, I'm sure, then more.
I'm happy that I'm a Roberts, not a Haynes. Because that must be difficult at this stage, and especially when all of your decisions are under scrutiny by media and the public and everyone else, and all of us who sit in our armchairs and are
the
experts,
armchair selectors.
We're
Monday morning quarterbacks.
Yep, and having that job again. Good delivery from Ben Stokes. He's getting the ball to do a little thing here, and Shema Springer just standing on that back foot and looking to play. He has to be careful though, because we saw when Dorich stood on the back foot that he was defeated both by one of those deliveries that just did a little bit, and Dorwich was unable to handle it, got his stumps knocked back.
I think also what we've seen here is possibly that Shane Dorwich just needs a little bit longer in terms of his comeback.
Certainly.
Needs to play a few more top-level games.
Is a short delivery that Shema Springer finds himself in trouble.
That's hurting.
That one striking him on the upper arm. Again, not getting out of the way, not pulling, not ducking. He's just found himself in trouble there from that one.
Not quite bouncing as high. Oof.
Yeah,
he
but
took
again,
his eyes off.
he took his eye off it, and that one cut back. It started short, but you can see the angle that it was just angled into Shema Springer. He took his eye off of that one, and it had a little bit of effort from Ben Stokes.
Typical Ben
Stokes is in once more, and this delivery is driven. Beautiful shot through cover. It's going to pick up a boundary. The fielder is giving chase. It's slowing up, but it has enough to get into the boundary now. That's 4. So a good shot in comeback from Shema Springer after getting a short delivery that had him in some trouble. This one was pitched up and having the presence of mind to ease it through cover for 4. Beautiful shot.
Long half volley there by Ben Stokes. He'd be very disappointed with that. You can see that shake of the head, that disgust with that delivery. Just a bit too full, floaty, wide of that off stump. Shema Springer good enough to actually transfer the weight onto that front foot and picking up 4 beautiful runs.
And he's getting one that he's getting it down to the fine leg region. Not the prettiest of shots that you would have seen up on his one leg, and just working it down to the fine leg region. Gets another one. 43 for 4 is the total. Stokes is now bowled 2 overs for 17 runs.
And it's one thing to lose your wicket to a shooting delivery, one that doesn't bounce very high, but it can also be quite dangerous then more when balls are hammered in halfway down and they also don't bounce as high as the batters expect. That's where it's so important. You've got to keep your eyes on the delivery for as long as possible.
Certainly. And Vernon Springer stands by. He's going to be coming in very shortly. Doesn't look very pleased, especially when he looks out and recognizes that 4 wickets are down for the President's 11. A man that carries a lot of emotion in Vernon Springer. Loves his cricket. Has been around for quite a while. I'm aging him. Here's Shema Springer facing up. Nice. It is
Wokes again.
Wokes that continue.
Just a little hint of shape there again, just taking that outside half of the bat. And it's been quite impressive to see England here on this 4th day actually come out the way they have.
Shows you that they still have the motivation. They're up for it.
And no short amount of skill as well.
Here is Stokes in. And again, Shema Springer is in trouble. He struck about the body quite a bit.
Already.
Only
faced the 17 deliveries. He's done 15 though. Salazano 58 deliveries, 15 runs. 18 runs, sorry.
What has been good about Springer though is that even though he's been in trouble, he's been hit. When he's gotten the bad deliveries,
put it away.
Especially those on the off stump, he has put them away.
That's something you talk about all the time. Shot.
He's driving straight to the root out at that mid-off position.
And that's something you stressed, isn't it, then more? That ability to also pounce on scoring opportunities, especially at the highest level when they aren't presented that many or as many as they're accustomed to.
When you get the one bad one, you have to really take advantage.
The bowler must feel some sort of pressure as well, or else it's just a sitting duck.
Springer faces. Wokes. It is that comes in. Ball to him. Coming forward again. Ball hustles onto him. Gets it off the inner portion of the bat. Gets it into that square leg region. Can't score.
But we got 52 overs, it's saying, remaining in the day.
Yes.
I think that's enough. I think that's enough for this England team to.
I think so. I think if they get another wicket or two sometime soon,
even with Carty and
Reefer still in the shed, because what we've seen, and Springer is just standing tall and playing this one into the offside. What we've seen is the tail enders. Some of them seem to be genuine tail enders. They don't seem to do very well with the bat in hand. So they would feel that if they're able to get through this middle order, if they're able to get 2, 3, 4 more wickets quickly, they would be in with an opportunity to win this game.
Personally, I think they actually need it. You know, they need to force a win.
Shamar Springer again, so squaring up, playing this one into the offside field. Both feet were together, but he survives. 48 for 4, 20 overs gone. I'm going to take a short leave and leave you in the hands of Vernon Springer. So more thoughts from Marley Richards and then Vernon Springer.
Yeah, not necessarily win the game then more, but go pretty close in doing so. That would mean that they've done pretty much a lot of the right things. They've bowled in good areas. They've picked wickets up. And we know for this English Test team, winning any sort of cricket game has been few and far between in the last year or so. So I think it's important for them to definitely try and force a result here today. As we welcome Vernon Springer back.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm good.
Partnership 25 from 33, even though Shamar Springer is taking a couple of blows on his body. You know for sure that Ben Stokes is going to wake him up with a couple. But Salanzano has batted well so far. 18 from 58. He's doing his job. Gets a pitch-up delivery. He has to put that away. He can't get a half volley. Marley Richards would have, if he was playing and he got that delivery, that is supposed to go through cover like a rocket.
I mean, you want to see that transference of weight. You want to see that positive step or that positive momentum into the delivery. But being quite watchful here, Ben Stokes has been moving it around slightly, and he hasn't faced that much of Stokes, so just being a bit watchful, I think. Right.
Stokes from the media centre and we're in the number 55. He comes up now to bowl to Salanzano, pitched up and he's driving again. It's a little bit more effort. Marley is just contented to he could push that a little bit more harder, straighter. But the most important thing is that he's still there, as Marley said, 18 from 60. The partnership is 25 from 35 and Shamar Springer has 15. So one only has to understand the difference.
And just hold that shape a little longer as well, you know. Jeremy Salanzano just coming out of those straight drives a little bit too early, just rising out of the shot rather than just holding that position, that firm, solid base.
Stokes in now to bowl to Salanzano. He defends nicely. For Salanzano, Joe Root has a slip, a gully, a backward point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, a square leg. And there's no huff today, so there's a fine leg because Ben Stokes is not thinking about bowling short to Salanzano. He's attacking the stumps and knows that one can crawl. And he's trying to keep it as positive as possible. It's a lovely afternoon here in Antigua and Barbuda. Beautiful weather, good breeze. Just came out of town, buzzing with action. Stokes here, bang on target.
Better.
And right on that line there, the fourth stump line, that's what you really want to be thinking about. 48 for 4. And couldn't help but listen, you guys. The Barney Army starts to sing again.
Yeah, I mean, they've been particularly enthused with. It started when Mark Wood came into the attack, and now Ben Stokes, two known characters actually, two of the bigger characters in this England squad, and it seems like even the Barney Army are warming up quite nicely going into the test. Getting the songs out.
Ben Stokes as he comes in now to bowl to Salanzano, short delivery, gets on with that. That's good pace. That, you know, he's taking that above his head, folks. He's willing to bend his back. This is going to be an exciting series. The Richards Botham series.
He will.
What sort of track will be prepared at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium is another question. I wish we could have had a debate. We need to talk to Terry. Terry, we need to have an analysis on Monday. Weekend we go up and look at the track and have a little calling. I think Ben Stokes is saying, listen, after this, I'm just going to bowl 5 overs. He's got 2 for 17, so he's done his job. Maybe just testing the body just to see how it's going to hold up.
Yep.
But he's bowled quick here. Listening to you, Mali, on my way up. Stokes 55 in now to bowl to Salonzano. He's clipped away. Oh! Just to the right of square leg. Jack Leach could have made a bigger effort. Stokes is saying, come on, you have to take those.
Johnny
he walks off the field. Johnny Bairstow. And Stokes is saying, come on, you got to take that. But 50 up for the West Indies. 52 for 4. Salonzano is 22 from 64. Shamar Springer is 15 from 21. A much needed boundary. The partnership 29 from 39.
Yeah, and as we see Ollie Pope coming on to replace Ben Stokes now.
He's done a job.
I think that's it for him.
5 overs, 1 maiden,
possibly.
21 runs, 2 wickets.
Yeah.
They're satisfied. They can feel comfortable and know that, hey, he's giving us 5.
And he's gotten through that spell unscathed.
Unscathed.
So they'll be happy with that, definitely.
But we were talking about this yesterday that, England could think about seriously forcing a win, and that's why you were trying to talk to the CWI President's 11 team that, when you get in, it's just after. I don't like the concept of telling people just bat. If you bat, you got to score runs. You can't just be batting and don't score runs, because what could actually happen, you bat and get bowled out, and you haven't made any runs.
What are you going to do while batting? That's the main issue, How are you going to go about it? What's the aim? What's the plan, It's not never just bat. You can never be just bat.
And I think that is the concept of the coaches. Just bat long. But as you rightly said, Mali, you can't just be batting long. Springer driving delivery down the ground. So thanks to Aswad for the lovely song that we're hearing through our microphones. The Barney Army is singing.
Full voice.
Full in control. There are about over 300 supporters here. I met some outside a while ago. They said, listen, we're going off to the beach. We'll be back. We'll hear the results.
Well, they're enjoying themselves, aren't they? Especially the ones that have come early. Had a little bit of a holiday prior to the test. Especially considering the conditions around the world in the last 18 months, 24 months, 2 years or so. Not being able to travel.
Let's go England, let's go.
They'll be loving it.
Let's go England, let's go.
I don't know about that, but I'll be singing Let's Go West Indies.
Well, that's what they're saying. So they want to win this one in a big way.
For sure, they haven't seen many wins, these guys, that's for sure.
So they want this.
What a way to start, for them. They'd be thinking, first match on this tour. Let's get a W.
Of course. The wickets lost so far for the CWI President's 11. Shane Mosley bowled, Chris Overton for 7. He batted for 26 balls, faced 38 minutes, 1 boundary. Devon Thomas caught and bowled Overton without scoring. And Alex Atton is caught substitute, bowled Ben Stokes for 1. Shane Dawich, the captain, bowled Ben Stokes for 2. Shamar Springer is looking for his 16th run but can't get it. And the score remains on 52 for 4. In the meantime, Jeremy Salazar is on 22 from 64 balls, 90 minutes. Wondering what's happening on Cricket West Indies YouTube streaming channel. It's live ball by ball. It's the final day's play of the Apex Series warm-up match. And we're also live on radio in Antigua and Barbuda on Platinum FM 97.9. Cricket West Indies, they are 52 for 4. The President's 11.
President's 11.
Oh, he's brilliantly caught! Is that Maynard?
That's Overton.
Overton with a screamer. You're told all the time, Mali Richards, by the late Sir Everton Weeks, keep the ball on the ground. If you hit it in the air, somebody's going to catch it. And Springer getting one on his legs, clipped it off. And Overton, he threw full length. He's a long guy. He's about 6'5", so just imagine his hands.
Massive reach.
Oh, he just picked that off, and Springer comes back into the pavilion. The partnership broken, and Woke strikes for England.
Just falling like a deck of cards at this point in time. The CWI President's 11. They're struggling here to match this intensity of this England team here on this 4th day. And this is the thing, the longer games go on, Maybe you can hang with a team for 1 day, 2 days, but as the game gets into the third, fourth day, and in Test cricket on the fifth day, that's where the cream separates itself from the crop. And on this occasion, it's CWI President's 11 staring down the barrel. 52 for 5, pretty friendly batting conditions, but just struggling to make good use of them. .52 for 5. Casey Carty actually coming to the crease now at number 7. I think he would have batted at number 3 in the first innings. Salazano holding firm, 22 off. Want him to, but like I no real Markwood that Joe Root can take at first slip. He's looked pretty good prospect, not only for the future, but I think for the present.
52 for 5. If West Indies is looking for an opening batsman, Mali recommends that Salazano looks good, even though he might not have a real excellent first-class average. Carty's looking for his first run, can't score because Overton comes around from square leg and has to dismiss that idea. So 22 overs bowled, and the Cricket West Indies President's 11 are in trouble here at Coolidge, the home of West Indies cricket. 52 for 5. Wooks, 7 overs, 5 maidens, 9 runs, 1 wicket.
He just stuck that hand out, Craig Overton. Well over 6 foot, like you say, massive guy. Stuck out that massive mitt and it stuck. Springer will be very disappointed with that, but he'll just learn that you can't ever really be too lackadaisical here, especially against top players. Got to play each ball on its merit, and like you said, Vernon, you've got to tend to hit the ball on the ground more often than not. You're not trying to hit a 6, you got to hit the ball on the ground. Because the more you hit the ball in the air, the chances are someone will catch you.
You hit the ball in the air, you have to walk back. And that's what's happening right here now, in terms of what's happening. So pressure mounting here, and it's survival time. And I think it's almost like far gone. The issue here now is, what will their
Can they survive? Can England, can the CWI President's 11 survive here? 49 overs remaining. I think England are going to push for a win. Jack Leach coming on now to bowl to Jeremy Salazano. Like I said, it'll be important that they pick up a win, considering they haven't won too many games. But it's looking like they're going to try and force a result there.
Let's see what's going to be happening here. 52 for 5. What will be the approach of a Casey Carty? Here comes Jack Leach as he comes in now to bowl to Salazano, who is coming slightly forward. They got a leg slip, a slip, forward short leg. A man on the offside in cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. A fielder on the left side of the square leg, and a deep backward square leg fielder more or less in a mid-wicket position, just in case he decides to go over there. I don't think he's that kind of player, but you just never know.
And seeing Leach in this role here at this stage of the match is pretty similar to being in a test match on a 5th day and the spinner having to bowl the team out. It's good practice going into that first test.
Here is Salazano. It's a good thing that was pitched outside the line of the off stump, Bali. But the most important thing is that he stayed with it, and his bat face was able to still hold it out. Big hands. Looks like Lawrence at first slip.
And here in the West Indies, spinners really coming to their own. First-class cricket, 3rd and 4th days, and 15 test matches.
You see what's happening? He was on the front foot. The bigger stride from him. So he's come from the land of spin in the West Indies, Trinidad and Tobago, and you could say Guyana.
I was going to say. So Guyana will have something to say about that.
Oh, they certainly will. Leach is in now to both those Salazano. Big stride coming, head well over the ball. It's a little unfortunate because that he wasn't even given a look in. He was picked, he got injured. He should have been in the conversation.
He is in the conversation. That's why he's here.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's on his way back.
Okay, okay.
President's 11, CWI President's 11.
Okay, I like you. I think you should be a politician. You sound very diplomatic.
No, I answered the question actually.
52
You-
for 5, 23 overs ball.
Very,
I didn't say any,
very
I, didn't,
unpolitician-like.
I did not say anything.
Directly
Mali.
answered the question.
Yeah, I didn't say anything, Mali.
Yeah, I think he's definitely in the reckoning. You know, being granted this opportunity again to further his case for selection to the West Indies team. Like you said, unfortunate, very unfortunate. But life isn't fair at all times.
But God is good.
Yeah, and he's I think he's a guy with a good head on his shoulders and recognizes the opportunity afforded to him here as well.
So it's not about winning now. It's about survival for the CWI President's 11, 52 for 5. And Wokes comes in now to bowl to Kati. And all of a sudden,
Ball's starting to move around a
I'm
bit.
just about to tell you that, Mali. I want to know if we were playing on the same track this morning. Somebody's working that one side there. You can see that, but it's darting around.
Not quite sure if it's following the shiny side or not. If it's the
Well,
reverse
even if
swing
it is
that's
not,
coming into
but
it.
it's most important is swinging, and the carry to folks is it's all of a sudden it's a different ball game.
It'd be
Which means that
interesting
they're
though
bowling
if
a
it
more
was
heavier
reversed.
ball. Wokes is in now to bowl to Kati, and that really hit up on the splice. You could see him pushing him back, and that's Wokes' objective. Kati doesn't get his feet moving pretty early, and they're attacking those stumps.
But if it was reversing, it would be important to note that the condition of the ball, the amount of overs, the time, and trying to work out just why all of a sudden this ball has started to talk a little bit.
Again, that they're leaning around. Kati can't get your cover, so more pressure on Casey Kati, who is not.
Definitely. At least he'll be happy to be out in the middle, to be honest. It's
But the mindset has to be different.
definitely.
You've
It's
got to
more of a-
rotate the strike.
Yeah, it's more of a
Yeah,
personal.
you can't allow Wokes to just keep coming at you.
You're playing for yourself at
that.
this stage. Trying to put in another good performance. He batted quite well in that first innings. Disappointed not to get to 100, but given another opportunity here, and who's to say what another half century could do for this young man?
Certainly. Again, he come forward. Just relax, and just wait. It will come. Just got to be patient. Just as you heard Mali said, life is not, life is tough. So you got to work at it. They're working at it.
Got to be able to have pretty short memory as well with certain things. Got to be able to recover quite quickly and not take too many things on board.
You have had your own, as a player, professional tennis player, professional cricketer, you've gone through that in your life. Kati gets a delivery, he turns down to the final leg area. Looks like his other good friend Jack Leach, who throws the ball with his right hand. And so that's a good thing. 53 for 5, Kati's off the mark.
Goes with his left. That's left-handed. Jack Leach. But the spin department as well is going to be an interesting one to call for this England team. I know Matt Parkinson. I'm not quite sure who the who's considered the number one spinner in that setup, to be honest, at this stage.
Salenzano stands up straight. The CWI President's 11, they lost their first wicket of Mosley. 1 for 15 at 7, 2 for 15. Devon Thomas without scoring. 3 for 21. Athens for 1. 4 for 23. The captain Shane Dawes for 2. And 5 for 52. Shamar Springer for 15. Salenzano is not out than 22 from 71. Count run rate 2.21. And Casey Kati was just coming. He's on 1 of 6 deliveries. 24 overs bowled. And England looking for victory here over the CWI President's 11 going into the first test match starting Tuesday 8 March at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Go get your tickets. Yeah, go and get your tickets. Don't wait for anybody to say if you knew. Tomorrow at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, go and get your tickets. Bright and early, 53 for 5. we've got a competitive game and a competitive end on hand. Leach comes in to bow to Carty, and Carty coming forward. So they've decided now to go for 2 slips, a short leg, a backward point to cover, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. And they want to put some pressure on Carty.
It's almost a leg spinner's field here with the 2 slips.
Carty again shaping like he wants to. And in the end, he's coming down nice and straight. Carty 1. Jack Leach. Sometimes we say that, people look like they're not bowling anything. It's the non-bowlers that come and get wickets.
No real turn, though, from Leach.
Yeah. He's quietly forward.
And that, I was just thinking maybe the best spinner in the English setup or in English cricket possibly doesn't play red ball cricket. I'm thinking of Adi Rashid.
Adi Rashid. And then they were trying to get him to get into that, but Adi says no, he's comfortable where he is. Because he knows it'll be a lot more work. And because Moeen Ali is also not playing either, he's retired from Test cricket. Because whether you like it or not, Ali did pick up a number of wickets, and he was an asset into the England team in terms of his batting.
Yeah, could bat anywhere from anywhere.
From 1 to 6.
Yeah, for sure. You've even seen him bat 7, 8, 9 at certain points of his career as well. So I think at times just didn't manage him as well.
Yes.
Same with Rashid. Just at times not managed as well. Could have been looked at as a match winner long before. No, maybe that could have benefited the red ball team.
Well, at one point in time, Ali, he was being touted to have been reckoning for captaincy for the England team also. So I think maybe, as you rightly said, Moeen Ali maybe just worked out at the Test level. You got a lot of work to do. Maiden over here by Jack Leach. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 6 runs, no wicket. We have a water break here. 53 for 5. And the CWI President's 11 in trouble. And they really have to back their skins out to be able to save this game. Are they capable? We'll find out.
Capable? Is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? We don't know. I
know for sure I'm not betting you a sugar cake today or even a Vitamalt because I might lose. So I'm not going down that road with you.
What about an energy bar?
I wonder if I have one in my bag so that because I can't owe you that. I have to make sure that if you win that I can pay you.
Anyway.
But folks, in case you've just joined Mali and myself and you want to know what is happening here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies, the England team declared their second innings 164 for 4. If you just tuned in, 164 for 4 in their second innings. And just to give you an idea in terms of what's happening, they declared their second innings 164 for 4 of 39 overs. And just giving you an idea in terms of what happened. So the folks who would have got runs. Dan Lawrence top scored with 48. Ben Fowkes 43. Not Ben Fowkes. Yeah. Ben Stokes got 19. Zach Crawley 35 and Alex Lees 10. Craig Overton was not out 7. For the CWI President's 11, we would have had Raymond Reefer 4 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, 1 wicket. Colin Archibald 5 overs, no maidens, 31 runs, 1 wicket. And then you would have had Sherman Lewis 8 overs, 2 maidens, 36 runs, 1 wicket. Brian Charles 15 overs, 2 maidens, 52 runs, 1 wicket. And Preston McSween 7 overs, 2 maidens, 26 runs, no wicket. As we speak, the CWI President's 11, they have lost wickets fast, in a hurry. Jeremy Salanza is not out on 22. 70 balls faced, 101 minutes with 4 boundaries. Shane Mosley, again, you have to work on his defense. That's one thing that you have to master. He was bowled Chris Overton for 7. Devon Thomas caught and bowled Chris Overton without scoring. Alex Atkins caught substitute, bowled Ben Stokes for 1. Shane Darwish, the captain of the CWI President's 11. And wicketkeeper is Bo Ben Stokes for 2. And Shamar Springer brilliantly caught by Overton of Chris Wilkes for 15. The bowling attack for England, so far they've used 5 bowlers. Ben Stokes leading the way, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 21 runs, 2 wickets. Mark Wood, good to see him out on the park, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 8 runs, no wickets. Jack Leach, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs, no wickets. Craig Overton, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 3 runs, 2 wickets, and Chris Wilkes. He was so far 8 overs, 5 maidens, 9 runs, 1 wicket. Like I said, 1 for 15, Shane Mosley, 2 for 15, Devon Thomas, 3 for 21, Alex Atenes, 4 for 23, Shane Dorish, 5 for 52, Shamar Springer. They need 314. They need 314 runs. The target is 367.
No chance.
And CWI, stranger things have happened. Never say never.
Well, I'm saying never.
Never say never.
Well, since you're so sure, let's bet me a Vitamal.
Water break taking place here. Mali wants me to bet him a Vitamal. Oh.
I'm feeling quite parched. I can do with a Vitamal.
He's up the ante. And folks, just to let you know, the first Apex test in Antigua and Barbuda, the best view in the stadium from behind and above the wicket in the south stand area. Opportunity to meet the West Indies legends from Antigua, including Sir Andy Roberts and Sir Curtly Ambrose. You can get all-inclusive US $250 per day, including all-inclusive meals and beverages, or you can pay 675 EC dollars, 675 EC dollars per day. So if you just want to go and get an opportunity to see the cricket from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Is that per person, right?
Per person. 250. It's England. And it's the men in maroon, the West Indies. What you expect?
You're going to meet a legend.
In fact, when you go to Barbados, it's going to be more expensive. You can go up to about maybe 500 US per day.
Wow.
At Kensington Oval.
Maybe meet Sir Gary as well. Shot.
Here is Solanzano just back and punching that. Hits the rope down, boundary to the young man. What a lovely shot. He didn't try to overhit it, kept his balance and played it late as possible. And down to the backward point boundary for 4. That is a lovely shot. It would certainly give him some confidence. And I like the look of him so far, Mali.
I do like the look of him. I want to see him go as deep as possible here, bat for as long as possible. With an average of 24, it suggests that he could get to 20s and 30s pretty well. But can he go further? Can he go bigger and bat for long periods? Score big
26,
scores?
picking up the line there from Overton. And Mali, all of a sudden, the ball is talking here. What's happening?
I think it's reversing. I'm not quite sure, but it's pretty ideal conditions, actually, for reversing here. It's dry, it's hot, and if the guys can get a good shine on that ball, it will start following the heavy side.
Slip. A gully. Short extra cover, mid-off. Mid-on, 2 short mid-wickets. And they know he like to flick the ball up into that area, so they just hold him to bowl as straight as possible. Jowett has made a change. He's now got 2 slips. He's now moving fielder down to gully, and the short catching cover goes back to cover. So mid-off,
Very
mid-on.
close, Dan Lawrence there, isn't he?
Yes.
Gonna have to take a sharp one if it goes to him there.
Here goes Overton. He's going to move in now to Boto Salanzano, who is coming across his crease, but when he gets there, he turns it right to one of the catching fielders on the leg side in the more or less mid-wicket area, short mid-wicket area. The score remains on 57 for 5.
Yeah, not closing that back face too early, Jeremy Salazano. I like the way he it's a full face accesses the ball. More often than not, he gets a full face down and he comes down quite straight as well.
Salanzano is quietly forward. See, I want to see a little bit more intent there, Mali. And just a little softer hands and get a single. Dash off. You know what I mean? Rotate the strike. And I just don't want you to be just facing one bowler over and over. Just rotate the strike.
There was a period this morning when I woke up and I saw it was Virat Kohli and Vihari, I think.
Yeah.
Hanuman Vihari, those two were batting, and it seemed it had the feel and the tempo of a one-day match. Every delivery being angled into the gaps and singles being scrambled.
It sort of breaks up the rhythm of the bowler.
It does.
You know, and that's what
it really
you want to do.
annoys a bowler, you know, because even also it puts them under even more pressure because they know then also if they bowl a bad delivery and that's put away, that's just added runs to the score, and it causes a bowler to sometimes wilt under that sort of pressure. And we did see that from Embul Dinia this morning, you know, just being run a little ragged at times.
But the art of batsmanship also is to try and find the gaps. You know what I mean? 57 for 5. 26 overs bowled. Salenzano 26. Carty's 1 from 12. Craig
trying to think of
Overton,
the second
6 overs 3 middle.
What was
Salim Ali 7 runs 2 wickets. Go ahead.
I was trying to think of the first wicket that Craig Overton took.
Was it not
Mosley?
Mosley?
He got Mosley. Bowled.
Yeah. Mosley.
And he removed Devon Thomas for sure, Carton bowled.
57 for 5.
Just not quite, that sharp footwork, not getting that momentum into the delivery. Devon, I know he'd be pretty disappointed with that. He was very disappointed with that first innings dismissal, but this one here in the second innings, no blame really to cast around other than to look at himself, I think.
Leach in out the bow to Carty. Carty driving but can't beat the short extra cover, which is catching. 2 slips. One is a gully. Deep gully, more or less. A short leg. Cover. Mid off. And mid on. A short mid wicket. Traditional mid wicket. Casey Carty is back and steering this past the field at backward point. Deep. And he pick up a couple of runs right there. Still would like him to get a little close to the ball, really. You don't want to pull away to leave your stumps open. You want to be as tight as possible.
Just managing to find that gap though. Overton not quite getting down there.
59 for 5. Carty's 3.
Lawrence comes out into a short leg position actually.
Goes into a silly point area.
Silly point area.
Real silly. No helmet. Carty on driving. Could do better than that. Got to be able to Joe root there mid on. They're chirping away. They're in Casey Carty's ear.
Sensing it.
Leach comes into bow to Carty. Carty, oh! He's pushing hard at that one. You've got to be careful. You've got to play with nice, soft hands.
I think the hands just got a little low there as well, didn't they? Hands slightly low. Looking to smother that one, yeah.
Right. England looking for, as we would say, the cricket kill. That one is bang on target. Coming out to Johnny Bairstow there at cover. So they've got a short extra cover catching. And Carty will be mindful of that. I can just imagine seeing Leach maybe just tossing one up a little bit and more or less enticing him.
As Lawrence goes back to second slip now.
Yes.
With one delivery remaining in this Leach over.
The flags flying of England, the West Indies, and Antigua and Barbuda. And that was what we was talking about. Here's Casey Carty looking to force it. Over completed, 27 overs bowled. Salenzano is 26, Carty's 3. And the current run rate is 2.19. Leach from his 5 with 2 maidens to complement it. Not for it.
Yeah, not for it. Pretty similar to how he started in the first innings. No one really looking to put pressure on him. He just bowled over after over after over, and then later on he managed to reap the benefit of picking up quite a few wickets. But just looking slightly more, just a little bit more threatening here in this 4th innings, isn't he? He looked pretty ordinary in the first innings of this President's 11 in batting. But here today, on this 4th day, he's just slightly coming into the game a little bit more.
Overton with 2 slips behind him. Tucked away into the leg side area. Leach coming off of the fine leg area. Musters it down just to 1. Go back to the field placing. Let's see what's going to be the arrangements for Casey Carty. So good afternoon to Terry Adams in Anguilla.
Ta.
Alex Adams also. Wayne Proctor. Lanville Harrigan. How are you, Lanville? Saw him playing in competition last year.
Was he?
Anguilla. Yes, he's been back out into the park.
Wow.
Lanville. Looked very accomplished. Played some big shots. And he told me he's been working on his fitness. 60 for 5. Overton comes in now to bowl to Carty. Carty's back on steering that.
That's his shot though.
Down to the boundary for 4.
Likes that shot. I think where he has to work on his plays to the onside, his onside play. The guys are gonna, the more he grows in this game and more footage that's put down, guys are gonna key in on those pads and look to make him try and hit the ball through that onside, and I think that's an aspect of his game where he can definitely work on. But to the offside, he looks pretty fluent, especially on the back foot through that point cover areas.
We'll have to use his top hand a little bit more. Overton comes in out the ball to Kati, pitched up, and he's coming straight down on that. And you can always make adjustments in terms of your game. But the higher you go, as Mali said, the video analysts, they're going to be working on certain field placings. You might not get that consistently in regional cricket. But playing for the President's 11 means that you're going to be next in line. And so the footage is going to be coming out.
And that's why Jeremy Solazano, this is an opportunity. This is why, because you're almost the next taxi off the rank.
Here
being
is
selected here.
Bang on target delivery again from Overton. 64 for 5. Carty 7. He's facing from 21 deliveries. Solazano is on 27 from 78.
Maybe a little danger period here for Solazano in terms of mentally. His concentration, how long he's already batted for. We're going to need a bit more batting from him if the President's 11 are going to save this game.
Yeah. Hope they don't have to bring out Reefer and company. Yeah, these two are quite capable, Kati and Solazano. But England would have other ideas. They certainly will be looking to prize home a victory here. That is going to be key. That is going to be important. So good afternoon to the folks in St. Kitts and Nevis. Well, you know for sure the folks in St. Martin.
Listening, watching.
They're also watching.
Watching their boy.
Imran Maksud, good afternoon to you and family, sir. Overton in out the boat to Kati. Kati is just tucking this one away. Could have done a lot more better with that. Jack Leach coming around, so Kati will keep the strike. And as Mali said, Solazano has lost the strike there. He's been off the ball for a little while, but the most important thing is here. And we have Kiam Pemberton, who's one of the emergency fielders here, coming out with something for Casey Carty. Don't know if it's a spray, but looks his finger. Let's see what's going to be happening.
I anticipate, who is it? Still Leach, actually. Still going to be Leach. I anticipate Sherwin Peters as well, SP. He'll be listening and watching intently, watching his boy Casey Carty here. I want to say good afternoon to you, Sherwin, wherever you may be. If you're listening, good afternoon.
All those guys will be looking. The message would have gone around in the chat that Casey is batting. And so they will be glued to their television. Young Nathan Edwards, West Indies under 19 prospect. He's got a bright future ahead of him, Mali. And he's a decent little all-rounder and can only go from strength to strength.
He swings it, that's for sure.
He does.
I think he's got a few little issues with his action that he can work out. The little kinks as
he's
he
16 years old, so you want to grab him
young.
now. Yeah, you can sort him out. You got a young Kelvin Pittman from Antigua. He's got good pace too. Isha Thorne from Ghana, another 16-year-old. So there are some. Looking forward to see
his name. What was
under
the kid
19
that wasn't selected for the under 19?
I think
from the
Grenada.
Windward Islands as well.
Yeah. He certainly looked good. I know you got your notes, so you'll be able to pull that one up. I think it was Glasgow.
I'll find him.
Back and across is Casey Carty. Gonna have to look at that right foot in terms of where it's pointed. When you go back, you stay side on as much as possible to the ball. Two slips chirping away. Short leg. Along with the keeper. Back and across and nice straight bat. It's gonna be keen. Leach is settled into a beautiful groove here. He's into his 6th over, 5.4, 2 maidens, 8 runs, no wicket as yet. Carty would want to keep him out. Comes quietly forward, right down the track. Keep batting, and while you keep batting, you will take the strikes. You can pick some runs up. You got your entire list?
Yeah, I'm trying to find him.
Don't worry, give me your book and then I'll tell you. I'll pull up that one for you. So you got some names. If you got the names, then I'll let you know which one in terms of what's happening. End of over number 29, 65 for 5. Give me that. I know you're going to find it. 65 for 5. We had Bishop from Grenada. We had lovely quickie with a lovely action that we thought really should have got into the team. If you remember your team that I sent you, then you should find it. Remember I selected an original squad, so he would be in that. He would have been in that squad. Overton is going to bowl to Salanzana with 2 slips in a gully. Mid-on, mid-off cover. The cover coming in, and they've got the 2 short mid-wickets right there in catching position. Mid-off, mid-on. 65 for 5. It's all happening here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. I know Denmore Roberts had raised a question about the naming of the ground.
Tyrone Charles is the name.
Tyrone Charles, yes. The naming of the ground. There are many people who feel, Mali, that the contribution and the input from Sir Andy Roberts in the initial stages in the building of this ground here plays an integral part and could be in the conversation if there is a name change. There's also another name which has been banding around that can go somewhere here, and it will have to be. I'll come back to that.
Cool.
Just a minute. Let me just get my bearings right.
Was
Come
there
slightly forward?
actually? Was there a name change officially from the original name of
In
this ground?
Sanford?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think once the government and Cricket West Indies acquired the ground, that's
It
when
turned into Coolidge
became
Cricket
Coolidge.
Ground, right.
Became Coolidge Ground. Clavis Joseph's name, many people feel should be somewhere around here on a gate somewhere. Clavis Joseph, he was very integral in a lot of happenings in the day of, Antigua and Barbuda being headquarters, especially with this now being the development center and the home of West Indies cricket.
You think of a Pat Evanson who just recently departed us as well.
Yeah.
His contribution not only as a player but a valued member of the Antigua Cricket Board. And I remember as a youngster coming through the system and the administration of cricket here in Antigua being absolutely top notch. The likes of Clavis, Joseph, Pat Evanson and the like.
Round the wicket, Salanzana is defending nicely. Even the umpires' lounge at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, people have been banding around that, Pat White's name also could come up there. So there been lots of stuff. I know we've been trying to get Andrew Weeks' name on the umpires' lounge in the Warner Park in St. Kitts. That has seemed to go unnoticed, untouched for some time. 65 for 5 with all of the cricket. There was also major talk of having the southern end, the Lozak Road end, named after Elkamida Willett. And I was told by one official at the point in time that Elkamida Willett has got a park named after him already in Nevis. End of over number 30, 65 for 5.
Yeah, so you're told.
Oh, yes.
So he's already got one in the Federation.
So I took offense to that because I know Warner Park is an international venue where all the matches are played. And so you have to give recognition. If you have somebody like Elkamida Willett who would have paved the way.
The first.
It doesn't get any better than that.
And Nevis is always punched above its weight, though. If you really look at it.
Punch is not the word. Even right now as we speak, Mali, you have a
the word kicked above.
You got a number of young cricketers coming out of Nevis. The Anders Namadan. You got the Onaji Amri, the Jaden Carmichael, an abundance of talent.
What would you say, though? Would you say that Nevis is developing these cricketers, or they're getting lucky?
No, it's not a matter of luck. I just think it's a gene.
So they're developing cricket.
It's got genes. The genes comes off.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Nevis cricket.
Nevis, well,
board.
the government has certainly done their own part. Their local coaches,
what are they doing that we can learn up here? Because you're producing these players, so I think we can learn something down there.
It's about development, Mali, and about if you don't like Denmore and Denmore is good for your product, bring him in. And I think sometimes that's the issue. What we find happening around here, we're not using our resources.
But what are they doing in particular down there, you think?
The mindset, Mali. The mindset of having the right people around in strategic positions as mentors. The Willets and the Derek Parrys, they're there, they're using them. you got the OL Martin, they got good support there, especially in the communities where these players are coming from. So they got an organized system. A system to the point that you have the, people like the Nutsy Thompson and those guys who are out there working with those young cricketers.
I think we tend to get lucky in this region. That's just my opinion.
65. So you think you're lucky? You're lucky?
No, I think we do get lucky in this region. That's why we see maybe 4 now, and then you don't see another 4 for another 10, 15 years, because there's no set system. You know what I mean? There's a lot of success in spite of boards and administrations in this region.
So what system you want to see happening? Tell me something.
I'm just asking to pinpoint what exactly is happening down
but I'm
there.
saying to you,
there is luck involved as well in terms of these players.
In anything you're doing, Mali, you got a little bit of luck. And you have to have somebody talking for you also.
I understand. Is there a cricket academy down in Nevis?
They're not a cricket academy per se, like a building physically, but you have people who got systems in place. Keith Atherton has got his own little academy over in Nevis.
Oh, in Nevis.
Yes, he's also got a little academy in Nevis.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, but there's not a physical building, so I don't want to tell you there's an academy building.
No.
But there are resources around that is helping.
But if you're going to say, okay, then Nevis, we've got these 4 players, and then I think it's fair enough for me to ask what exactly is happening down there to produce these players, isn't it?
But Antigua's got young players too, Mali.
Yeah, but Antigua's got young players. Nevis had 4 players in the West Indies under 19, which is pretty special, if you ask me. So I think that's why I'm asking in particular about Nevis, because to have 4 players from such a small island means that something must be happening down there. You know what I mean? But it can't be structured there. This is what I'm saying. Wait.
There's no school. How much school cricket is played in Antigua?
It can't be structured just for the youth and then no structure for the seniors. How does that work? So where are they going to go next?
You have to build your base.
And you were saying that it's up to the territories to develop. So will Nevis develop Amory and all these others to be first-class cricketers?
That's the mission of the Nevis Cricket Association.
It's the mission, but can they do it?
Of course they can.
Okay.
Of course they can, Mali. 66 for 5.
Of course they can, but will they? There's nothing in place, Vernon. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
When you say nothing in place,
Kieran Powell had to go to England. He went to England as well. That's the point.
That's development. You can leave the Caribbean and go and develop your game.
I understand, but what do we have here on the ground? We need to develop our own.
Okay, Mali. So since you want to start that argument, what do we have in Antigua?
That's not the point, Vernon.
Mali, I just asked you a question.
You couldn't tell me what you have in Nevis.
Yes, but I'm telling you they have a system there.
We don't have 4 players in the West Indies under 19.
Don't worry about the players, Mali. Let's come back to the cricket.
That's the point.
don't worry
we
about
don't have them.
5.
So we're not doing it. We obviously don't have anything. That's the point. But for Nevis to have 4...
Don't say you don't have anything.
We don't have anything substantial. And this is what needs to be said.
66,
there are no programs, no developments, nothing really going on in terms of developing players here in our region. We get lucky. We need to understand that we get lucky, and what's been happening and what's happened in the past 30 years is we haven't gotten that lucky, Vern.
Who is we haven't got that lucky?
Us in the West Indies.
Have not got,
no, we haven't been lucky in terms of being blessed with certain players. You were talking about genes and that stuff. We haven't been that blessed in the last 30 years. That's why we need systems in place. And it's just going to be another opportunity possibly lost. And then we'll wait for another 10 years and Nevis will say, we have 5 players again in the next 10 years. But then what's happening? Is it something that can be bottled and sold and shipped around the leewards? I don't think it can. I'm being serious. Look at it. Can it be bottled and sold? Can it be transferred from Nevis to Antigua right now? I don't think so. And that doesn't benefit anyone.
66 for 5. Mali is punching and making his point, and so too is Kati punching through for 4.
Serious shot.
Serious shot.
It's a serious shot.
He's punching his weight. 70 for 5.
Kean Pemberton needs something after he's under 19. He needs something to go to, and that's what I'm talking about. He's actually the perfect example of what we're talking about. Maybe not. Who knows? Next year that may be on Amory. We can't afford to lose these guys. We need to do more, definitely. But like you say, shot from Crazy Carty, good punch. backward point there for 4 runs.
Especially off of Mark Wood.
That extra pace.
Who's gliding away. He comes in out to Boto Kati, forcing him back again onto the back foot. And Kati has got to be careful because this is getting low and low and one might just crawl. You never know what's going to be happening.
Even from a facilities point of view, you need to boost these facilities. That's one thing you could say maybe Antigua has, is facilities. Whether we use them in the right way, that's a different thing. Or whether they can be used by even our local players, that's another thing. It seems to be when test matches or overseas teams come here, that's when the local players can utilize certain facilities here in Antigua. So a lot needs to change, Vern.
So, well, the concept about what you're talking about, facilities in terms of your main venues, somewhere along the line, local cricket really should be played, even if it is not, all of the matches, at least the semi-finals and the finals should be featured at your international venues. And there are 2 international venues in the Caribbean, in Warner Park and in Antigua. You now have 3. Should be given an opportunity where, guys play there at club level.
I mean, when we had 1, we used to do it. It's just,
you're talking about the Antigua Recreation Ground.
Yeah, and it just shows you how things have gone backwards, to be honest. When we had 1, now we have 3, like you say, and we can't get on any. It's hard to believe sometimes,
71 for
Difficult
5.
to understand, I know, but we've experienced it firsthand, Vern, so maybe that's why I even sound a little bit passionate about these things.
Short delivery, Wood climbing in to try and work up some extra pace. We're in the number 33, he's just checking his footholds here to make sure that everything is okay. 71 for 5, 32 overs bowled. 1 more Denmore, and we'll have a double change. We'll have Denmore Roberts and Denmore is saying we should go to tea. All right, and then they will take over after tea. 71 for 5.
It's going to be tea.
Are they taking it now?
In a minute or so. I wanted the delay with the push
that's what I was thinking about.
Possibly
the delay. I was maybe thinking that there might be an adjustment. We look over there, we also see that some rain is shaping up in the distance. The Jumbie Bay area, gliding around the hill. And England maybe will be looking to attack a little bit more. They feel if they can maybe just get one of these, they can maybe bring out Raymond Reefer into the discussion. Bang on target. Remember to go and get your tickets for the Apex Test Series. Go to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Don't come back and say, if I had known, I missed seeing the West Indies win the game. No, you can't. You have an opportunity. Go get your tickets. Carty's back and
shot.
Hitting that square for 4.
And that's his area. He loves that area, doesn't
That's
he?
a beautiful shot by Casey Carty. It was short and he played it late. Didn't try to overhit it with power. Just used the pace here from Jack Leach. That was a quicker, faster delivery. Don't want to say it was an arm ball. It was a ball going away from him. The left arm spinner. And Carty caressed that down to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot. Would give him some confidence. He goes to 17 and not out here. Will do him some good.
Oh, for sure. Picking up length early as well. That was a very good shot by Casey Carty, using the depth of the crease, finding that gap behind square for 4 runs on the offside.
Normally you don't get an opportunity to bat twice in a practice game, so you would want to maximize on that, just to remind the selectors that you're good enough. And that one is squeezed away between the first slip and the second slip, down to the boundary. Don't think it will have the legs to go for 4. Has it made it? Let's wait and see. No, they can run 4 if they want. Or he's signal 4. So he was honest, and Gregory Bartlett will come forward and signal 4. I just thought too, Mali, in terms of the umpiring, I would like to see a Carl Tuckett here.
Oh yeah?
Umpiring. And give a Gregory Bartlett and a Nigel Duguid a break. This is almost a Leeward's game, a home game.
True.
Yeah.
I see where you're coming from.
I'm saying those guys can't grow if we don't give them opportunities.
And these are the kind of games in which to give them opportunities.
You can't grow. If I want a Sylvester Joseph or a Denmore Roberts to go forward in umpiring, Are they only just going to umpire in the regional competition? How are they going to advance? I'm saying in a practice game, you put them into the deep end and you mark them hard.
Exactly.
And see how they can handle it.
Just like Kian Pemberton needs to represent Nevis in the Leeward Islands tournament, so we can know. It's the same thing.
80 for 5. Comes quietly forward. I won't debate you on that one today. On Sports Overflow, I will debate you.
You know
that
set the date.
Of course.
Set the date. I'm looking forward to that one.
Tea time here. 80 for 5. Some 9 runs out of the over. The most expensive over that Jack Leach would have bowled in this entire spell.
9 runs, 2 boundaries.
2 boundaries, but they're not taking. So maybe there's a delay in tea. Sylvester is there? A delay in tea?
3:30.
3:30. All right. So
they pushed it back. Like lunch was 12:30.
All right. So get ready, Denmore. Umpire Sylvester Joseph has decided that it's tea is 3:30. Are you in position, Sylvester?
Yeah, Springs.
Okay.
Nice to be back after a long break. President's 11 have some work here cut out for them. We all knew that from the onset of the second innings, really, with the condition of the pitch, and we see how the England bowlers were attacking and bowling straight. So we know then more. Before lunch when we were on, we spoke about the difficulty for the President's 11, and it is showing here then more.
It is showing, but this little partnership here is an appeal, stifled appeal. That one was quick into Carty's pads, was trying to flick it away. Ball going down the leg side though, no run. This is a little partnership that's going on between Carty and Solzano, 28. But under the circumstances, it is a decent partnership with the President's 11 losing some quick wickets and looked as if they were going to be knocked over by the England team. But we have some resistance from Carty and Solzano. Carty's facing, and again Wood is really hitting the bat hard. He's beginning to try and work up the pace now. Is Wood in his 5th over, none for 13 so far.
Well, the 5th over in the whole game, so he's supposed to be fresh, well rested.
And he had bowled 4 overs, then he went off the field, and so he's back. Just went off the field just for a short while. Wasn't certain if it was a bathroom break or he just wanted to have a word with the physio. He's back bowling. He's in. This one is coming through. There's a stifled appeal coming from the England players. But 3 deliveries so far in this over. 3 deliveries in which Carty looks to be in a spot of bother.
You see, Solzano, he has an advice, I think, for Casey, and he was a bit reluctant at first. But we saw in the first innings when Reefer, saw something that he didn't hesitate. He went down, and I think we need to get back to this.
Again, difference in personalities probably. That's Solzano, but he eventually gave some advice to Casey Carty. Let's see if it works. He's facing up to Wood, and he's going to get runs here. Just a single into the mid-wicket region. Just adjusting and turning the bat, getting the ball all timing into the deep mid-wicket region, and there is just a single. 81 for 5. Solzano is on 27. Carty is on 23. The partnership growing is on 29.
I mean, the advice on these type of chucks, you have to look to play as straight as possible. You have to try to look to play the ball up in the V as much as possible, especially because of the invariable bunks. If you play a straight bat, unless the ball is definitely, a short lifting one or something. Like
Wood with a short rearing delivery. That one, he really put some effort into it. It was quickly over the helmet of Solzano into the gloves of folks behind the stumps. No run.
But Winchester, Winchester is the shortest of all of the bowlers.
Is the quickest.
Is the quickest.
Yes.
By a mile.
By a mile. By a country mile.
A country mile. Yeah.
He was really, and he's beginning to put in the effort. We saw him trying to set the trap earlier for Salzano, where he was targeting that rib cage area. He bounds in once more, and Salzano gets on top of another shot of a length delivery, just working it into the offside field.
Solozano has good temperament. He looks comfortable at the crease. In terms of his demeanor, he's look compact, like he really enjoying this innings. And the President's 11 really need an innings like this. In this situation, they are not really playing to win the game. He is playing basically to bat time, and he's really doing a job here for the President's 11.
He has a job to do for the President's 11 indeed, himself and Casey Carty. 27 and 23 the total. Salzano on 27 of 89. Carty on 23 of 14-8. 81 for 5. We're about to see the 35th over to start with Leach. He has a slip, a man at silly point. He has a man at short cover as well. Carty gets the delivery that turns, but turns slowly, and he's able to just guide it into the offside field. No run. Leach is just waiting, just making sure that he's settled before he comes in. Bowling to Casey Carty. Carty got a half century in the first innings. This is a delivery from Leach again. Carty just playing defensively back along the pitch for Leach to field to his own bowling. So Leach still searching for a wicket in this innings. Is he in? And this is another good delivery to Carty. Carty playing it defensively once more. This time just off the back foot, pushing it into the offside field. Can't score. Carty is on the line of, gets the delivery on the line of the leg stump. Again, just pushes it back along the track for Leach to field to his own bowling. So Leach not very penetrative. It's not really looked like getting a wicket so far. He's been steady, but not real penetrative at all this afternoon.
Yeah, even in the first innings, I mean, he got some reward in the end, but I thought, having watching throughout, that he wasn't that penetrative, and even now that he's coming on, when he came on, you can see that he's not someone that will bring any scare to the batting team if they apply themselves. And even sometimes I think if they be a bit more positive to him, I think they will be more. They can score much freely, off him.
I think that they've been allowing him to just pick his spots and bowl. We want you to know that we are at Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of West Indies cricket. Just some threat of rain in the eastern side as we look over that magnificent structure formerly known as Sticky Wicket. Is it still Sticky Wicket? It was a restaurant at one time, and I remember in that beautiful building there conducting workshops in one of the rooms over there, and that's where we produced the Windies Insider, that magazine program that we did for a very short while pre-COVID. So Salzano is facing up as it's going to be Wood to continue, and he's on his long run. He's pretty far, and he's sprinting in. So he's really giving himself the opportunity for a workout this afternoon. Again, just firing this one in, and Solzano having to hustle onto the ball, turning it into the onside field. Score remains on 81 for 5.
That's Mikey Artiton. Like he just came in.
Yes, quite a number of the media, the folks for TV would have arrived today. We saw Ian Bishop and Samuel Badri and others earlier. So the TV crew for the test match seems to be in place. Former England captain is just outside of our vantage point. Short delivery, trying to pull, not with any confidence though. Solzano almost half-heartedly.
He tried guided it. I guess he because of the pace and the inconsistent bunks. You know, I like the fact that he's trying to watch the ball, you know, for as long as possible onto the bat.
He is trying. He's faced 91 deliveries. He's scored 27 runs, but he's looked solid. He's looked rock solid. It's the first time I am seeing him bat in this match in terms of this President's 11 match, and he has looked rock solid. I've often felt like he's gotten into the 50s, 60s, 70s and then gotten himself out in regional competition. And I remember that I had a criticism when he was first elected for the West Indies team. Felt that he needed to be going on to centuries to qualify for the senior team. But I've been seeing him pretty decent, pretty solid opening batsman. Somebody I think that like my take on Taj Narayan Chandapal, somebody I think that we can work with, because he is showing that he has the temperament. We just now need to work on rotating the strike and those other aspects that go along with the ability to bat long. Gets a short delivery that is pretty slow. Got on top of it and displayed it quietly down onto the pitch. There is no run. So tea comes up in about 15 minutes or so. Do you think they'll go much more after the tea interval? If England, if the score remains like this, will we see the English team emerge back after tea for another throw of the die? Trying to go. The groundsmen are in place because there's rain around. This is Wood firing in a Yorker length delivery that is dug out by Jeremy Solzano. And it looks as if the players are going to go off because the rain is with us. Right now, the ground staff, they are in place and they're looking to bring the covers on. It's been threatening for a while. It's been offshore for quite a bit. The clouds were there, but now the rain has arrived here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground with the score on 81 for 5. The England bowling card a wicket for Wokes, 2 wickets for Overton, and 2 wickets for Ben Stokes, who had 5 overs. Bowled 23 dot balls in those 5 overs. Went for 21 runs, a little bit, maybe a little expensive, but he had those 2 important wickets and got a wicket with his very first delivery, that of Alec Athenes. And so Ben Stokes putting in the work and then moving on. The rain looks a little bit heavier now as it's coming down, maybe the heaviest we've seen all day. So the ground staff is on, they're covering. The pitch is covered, just probably will soon have to concentrate on covering. They normally cover those areas where the practice pitches are located. And the rain is of such that some members of the Barmy Army are running for cover from that bleachers section that they're in, and they've had beautiful sunshine over there, but with this rain now, we see them moving on for cover. So we're going to have a rainy day, and we're going to take a break as well. So we are going to ask that you stand by, and you're going to rejoin us after the rain delay. So on behalf of us here, Denmark Roberts saying rain is falling at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, and we're going to take a break from commentary, and when we come back, if we have play continuing, we'll have the conclusion of the day's play. And England strides back out after the enforced tea interval, and we had a rain break as well. And we've lost 3 overs, and so we should have a 4:05 restart after the tea interval and that rain break. The groundsmen, they've mopped things up and they've tossed a little sawdust and a little sand to repair a 1 or 2 soft spots. But the England team, they're striding back out. 3 overs will go from the remaining, so they will have those overs remaining. And the final hour will start today at 5 o'clock. So England really looking to go for the jugular. They want to go take this match all the way down to the end. Sylvester Joseph, who's alongside me, when the rain was falling, many of us thought that it might have been the end of this encounter. But the sun, as is the usual in the Caribbean, in Antigua, is back out, and it seems as if it's back out in more of its glory than it was before. It's really shining as we have the first delivery after the resumption. Wood it is that is coming in. He was in the midst of an over, just bowling that one delivery to finish the over, and we have a resumption in play. 81 for 5.
Yeah, indeed. I think we were thinking that because of the importance of next week, thinking about these players maybe calling it off and preventing any injuries. But as we were saying so far, you think that the English team they want a victory to get their confidence going and get that winning feeling in the Caribbean, and they have an opportunity here, and they saw it that way, that there's an opportunity for them, and they're not gonna they're gonna give themselves at least 100% chance of getting a victory.
And I think they want to get the feeling that they can get 20 wickets in the Caribbean to bowl out a West Indies team, even if it's a representative team. So they're really going to go for it. They've surrounded Casey Carty, and we see Leach is going to continue. And Carty right back in the swing of things, playing defensively back along the pitch. So the sun is out, bright sunshine, and the England team, they're out looking businesslike. They need 5 wickets for victory today, and the President's 11 just need to bat for survival for possibly 2 hours or so, as we see Leach.
No, it's just a session. More. It's a session, really.
Yes, a session, 2 hours, a normal session. So they're hoping that they can do so. And if you're wondering how come we're going so late, we've had a little bit of a delay in terms of the start this morning, and with some rain around and with the stoppages, they're pretty much making back up the hour that we would have lost through the rain. Leach is in, and Carty looks very solid in playing Leach. We're just stepping forward. Some of our fans who interact with us on a daily basis believe that the President's 11 can be a little bit more positive against Leach rather than just looking to be defensive against him and just allow him to settle into a rhythm. You're thinking that some of those deliveries that he is bowling are not necessarily all good deliveries, and they should be looking to be positive and score off of him. Leach is in, outside the line of off-stop, slashing at one. Carty wanted to get that one away, and just like that last delivery there, a loose delivery outside the line of the off-stop, but still no run scored off of it. But you could see the positive intent on that occasion. 81 for 5.
Yes, indeed, and I think that these 2 batters will relish this opportunity, because it's also a great opportunity to them to see the character, and to probably give them a bit of experience in situations like this when a team is hunting for victory. And if you can manfully, put your hands up and pull your team through, this will bring great character to you. And I think the people in the Caribbean and those that are watching all over the world will at least realize that we have people or players that can fight and take the game right down to the end.
And you would feel that probably because of that little spot that they would have had at the far end where they had a little bit of water, Joe Root is coming on, probably not risking any of his seam bowlers from that end. So Root is in, and he's bowling to the left-handed Jeremy Solzano. Zano is there. 27 of 96 deliveries. Root is in, and on the back foot is Salzano, just trying to force it away. And he would want to continue to bat and bat long. Salzano, and get a good score. He's playing defensively to this delivery. In the first innings, Salzano, he was run out when he was on 17. And so he scored some 10 runs more in this innings. He's getting one from Root that he's just defending out into the offside. No run. Root hoping to have a breakthrough, and he has a tendency of breaking partnerships. This is Root. Here is he having Salzano trapped on the crease. He's able to get the bat down quickly and prevents the ball from going onto his stumps. The partnership remains at 29. This is Root in to bowl to Salzano. There's a bit of flight. Salzano is driving pleasantly but straight to the fielder, who's Overton. And there is no run. So the end of another over has come up. 81 for 5.
Another maiden. Yeah. A good start by the English bowlers again. Not because the fast bowlers are not on, doesn't mean it's easier, because Joe Root is a very, very capable off spinner. Have a knack of picking up the wickets, so you have to be watchful, and also you got to be positive.
The two slips go down, and the man at silly point as Carty's on the back foot to a delivery from Leach, punching it into the offside field. Again, no run. Leach in again, and Carty's just trying to force this one away. Ball kept low, taken behind by wicketkeeper, who is Folks. Leach left arm around the wicket. That one was close to the off stump, but read well by Carty as he watches it into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. So the fans who had run for cover when that rain shower came across, they're back out on the lawn. And Carty is cutting one and gets it. 2 point for 4. That's a good shot.
Yeah, finally found the gap. He played a few of those.
Looking for that one, searching for that one since the last over. This time he's able to pierce the gap and picked up another boundary.
A beautiful shot. Beautiful. He likes playing square. Sometimes he tends to play it a bit too late. Sometimes I think he maybe can play it a little more earlier to pick that gap between point and cover.
He's defensive to another delivery from Jack Leach.
But what do you think about the youngsters that we have seen so far? The President 11 players, batters so far, showed bone they didn't. What's your thoughts?
I think that we have seen application. I like the way that Raven Reefer applied himself in the first innings. Also, Casey Carty. I feel Casey Carty would have discovered that, we would have discovered that he's limited. He has a limitation, especially to the balls on his legs and on the leg side. Doesn't play those very well, but he has to work out, what his strengths are and understand his weaknesses and just avoid it. I was a little bit disappointed in the batting of Devon Thomas and of Alec Athenes. I thought that was a good opportunity for the both of them. Mosley looked solid, but he seems to lack patience. Doesn't stick around often. And Shabazz Springer, I believe, is somebody that can work on. He has the shots. We just need now to work on his temperament. This is cutting through the backward point region. It's going to run close to the boundary. As a matter of fact, the slide doesn't stop it. It goes into the boundary. 4 more runs to Salzano. Loose delivery by Root. Outside the off stump and punished.
Yeah, a similar shot to Casey's shot in the previous over, through the point and cover region of the back foot. Nice cut shot, finding the gap and and getting a beautiful 4.
Root again. Salzano is defensive on this occasion. 89 for 5. We're in the 40th over of the day's play. The scoreboard says 29 remaining. Another delivery that is driven but can't score by Salzano. So Root continuing around the wicket to Salzano. Gets the ball right up to him, and there is no run. So, would you agree with me, Sylvester, with my analysis of the batting that we've seen so far?
Yeah, definitely. We have a lot. I think we have a lot more positive than negative in most cases.
Certainly. It's a pity that Devon Thomas only scored 1 run in this innings.
And even the captain.
And the captain, Dorich.
Yeah.
Maybe the captain, Dorich, is still suffering from a little bit of rust. He totally misread one from Ben Stokes in the second innings. Understands that he got a howler in the first innings, one that traveled literally along the ground. But in the second innings, misjudged one. I think that as he gets back into the swing of things, he will probably start to judge those deliveries a lot better. So, positives. We've even seen positives in the bowling. Brian Charles shows a measure of consistency. I still think that he has to get the demons out of his head when he's bowling at certain players, because he seems to be a name bowler. Doesn't flight when he sees a Ben Stokes or others like that, and he will have to trust.
I think that
his flight, trust his deliveries.
I think that is understandable. When you, Ben Stokes is a player that you have to be, spot on. You have to be on your ball, especially when you're flighting. You have to make sure you have it in the right areas and so forth. So,
I like what I saw from Lewis.
But I understand what you're saying. I agree with you.
I liked what I saw from Lewis, the fast bowler.
Yeah, very impressive.
Yep.
Very impressive.
He's somebody that can be worked on, and I even feel that he can even improve his pace. I think that he's somebody that could bowl a lot faster. He can probably tidies up a few things. But
he has a nice, easy run-up action. Nice, smooth. A lot of positives in the President's 11 setup. Just hopefully that they can learn from this experience and go from strength to strength.
We're hoping that is the case. We see 2 youngsters here that would be hoping that they're making an impression on Chief Selector Desmond Haynes, Honorable Desmond Haynes, and of course other selectors that are watching. Leach is into Carty, and that was a close one. Carty will get a single as he was able to work it into the inside field. That one just turned slightly from Leach, but one more to the total. 90 for 5. We've had 41 overs.
Yeah, nice steady over then there by Leach this time. He bowled a pretty much straighter line. Previous over where he bowled a few balls outside of the off stump, and he was dispatched on one occasion. And this time around he adjusted his line and come a bit straighter. The last one, I think, Carty was a bit indecisive. He's neither forward nor back, but the good thing is that he got a good piece of the will on it, and he got a single. But he has to be watchful, continue to be decisive in his movements, whether he's back or forward, and be positive in his stroke play.
Certainly would want to do that. Carty faces up once more. Root is over the wicket to him. He's driving through the cover region. Doesn't time it, so he'll just get a single. So one more to Casey Carty.
It just looked like Carty tries to play too square. You know, so like that delivery probably could go on to extra cover and mid off.
Doesn't play with the full face of the bat. Doesn't play up the V, especially when he's driving. What you tend to think that he defends those balls that you should be driving up the V. He defends and he waits for that delivery that comes that allows him to play square wicket. Or when he's driving, just the way that his bat comes down, tends to think that he normally goes square of the wicket. He doesn't seem to be the classic driver that would hit balls through cover and extra cover region.
If he can only develop that part of his game, even 50-60%, he will be more productive.
Certainly agree with you. They come through for a quick single. Good understanding on the part of Carty and Salzano, but just the ball just drops into the inside and they were able to take off and get a single. So England hoping that they can dislodge one of these two batsmen soon. Here is a little bit of an indecision. Again, Salzano wanted
don't want to be run out again in this game.
He wouldn't want that to happen once more.
That would
He
be
has
such
to
a catastrophe.
improve his line of communication. There is an opportunity again. Yes, and then no.
You have to be careful. That's Johnny. That's Johnny Burster. Now you got to be careful with Johnny. Johnny's one of the better fielders on the park.
He's there. And
always in the game.
Quickly around. Carty was darting down the track, but he had to put on his air brakes. He got back. In the end, quite comfortably. Looks disappointed. Both batsmen having a little chat mid-pitch. But they would want to make sure that they improve the communication. So what I would suggest that when they had that mid-pitch little chat, that mid-pitch conference, that they understood the accent of each other so that they can water
spot. I think he got similar areas in the first innings with some of the balls keeping low. If he has a knack for that spot, he looks like he have a knack for that spot.
Certainly does. Certainly does, because he's had quite a number of them that have gone low. And maybe that's why he's choosing the angles that he's bowling. He's bowling around the wicket, but he goes over the wicket when he's bowling to the left-handed players.
A batter's got to look to stay forward as much as possible. You know,
how difficult it is to tell yourself to to come forward. Maybe when your natural tendency is to go back. Does it?
I don't think it's a natural
mental.
It's probably when the ball is a pitch in a particular area short of it's normally going to back foot. If when you full you come on your front foot. So naturally. When the ball pitches in certain areas, you will make the adjustment, But on some pitches, you have to be conscious and tell yourself that even though it's pitch, short because of the bunks, you have to stay forward, And this is one you have to cater. If you come forward for one and then it bunks, and you see and you get pop.
Yes.
It's like
again hitting that spot and keeping low and cleaning up. Jeremy Salzano, he's bold all over the place, and you were just talking about it, Sylvester Joseph. That spot that Jack Leach seems to know where it is, a little bit of the footholds it appears to be, and hitting that spot and creeping along the ground, pretty much hitting the base of the stumps for me. Look at it. Salzano tried for all he was worth to keep that one out, but that one literally rolling on the ground and into his middle stumps, and he's bowled. The fifth wicket has gone down. It's now 92 for 6. The sixth wicket, correction, has gone down 92 for 6. Again, just pitching on that length, but just almost hitting a crack or something.
Yeah.
Kept very low.
That's the spot that Jack Leach knows about. That's what I'm referring to. Denmo. You in a situation like this, and the pitch is keeping low like that. You tell yourself that you have to go forward. You know, if one pitches in this area and bounce and you get caught, you know, around the bat, you can live with that. But the fact is, most of the deliveries are keeping low, so you have to stay. You have to stay and trust your defense. You know, it's best.
The point that I was making, I was trying to say, if you look, the length that ball was, is normally a back foot delivery.
Right.
And so Solzano was on the back foot because of the length that the ball was pitched, but it kept low. And so I'm saying that to come forward to something of that nature, I'm asking, isn't it outside the normal brain function then?
But that's what
we would see batsmen, the natural tendency shot, I'm going back. But on that occasion, it literally ended up being a creeper.
But that's what that's what you have to be conscious of, and, you know, keep on reminding yourself that you have to go forward. So if you go forward for that length and the ball bounces and you get caught, you will feel much better than if you're staying back and getting bowled.
Understood. Carty gets one outside of his legs and smashes it down to the fine leg boundary for 4. There's a poor delivery outside of his legs by Leach, and swinging it away down to a fine leg position was Casey Carty, and picked up himself a boundary.
And these two had a lovely partnership in the first innings, and, you know, now more than ever, the President's 11 would want them to replicate, you know, a partnership of that nature.
Senior convener of selectors, Desmond Haynes, stands and looks along. As Root has changed his line of attack, he's gone around the wicket. Carty gets a single, bringing Bairstow once again into the fray. Just one more to him. Raymond Reefer takes guard as he's going to be facing his first set of deliveries. 106 he made in the first innings. He would be hoping for similar. Joe Root, though, would have other ideas. (106 off 182 deliveries in 255 minutes at the crease. He's going to be required to bat for less time than those 255 minutes in this turn at the crease if he's to save the game for the CWI. President's 11 is 97 for 6. So England need 4 wickets. And pretty much what the President's 11 needs is way out of reach now. So we won't even mention that. Cameramen are following. Some calls an egret. We call them a garling here in Antigua and Barbuda, flying around this beautiful facility. Leach is in, and again looks as if he's searching for that spot. And on the back foot again was Casey Carty, when, as Sylvester Joseph has suggested, should be looking to go forward. Sure. This one is flighted, driven, but straight to a tumbling.
Deep extra cover, deepish
extra cover. Just trying to identify the fielder who is there. Looks to be Fisher, thank you. Fisher, as Carty continues to.
That drive that he drove a while ago. If he played more in that fashion, he'd be more successful. That was the drive.
That was a conventional front foot drive. Yeah. Doesn't like to do it often, but it looked good just now when he did it.
A beautiful shot.
But he needs to also find a gap when he does it as well. And play more like that.
If he play more like that, I think he will eventually start picking the gap.
Leaving one outside the line of the after. Picked up the line early from Jack Leach. Shouts of "oh" coming from Leach, but good judgment by Casey Carty.
You think he slept well? You think he slept well last night
Casey Carty.
after that shot?
Here we watch as he's coming back. He would have been disappointed with himself because he would have done a lot of the hard work and then get him out. Here we watch as he picked up 2 runs. Casey Carty takes his personal tally on to 36. Reefer yet to score. It's 99 for 6.
Yeah, good going. The English team here hunting the pack, and having great success, and they're really looking a moral boosting victory because the media is not confident at all in this bowling attack.
Not at all. The media thinks that it's a weak bowling attack. Doesn't think that it has the penetration that England is going to need. And this is what happened when you had the likes of Anderson Broad and then for a short while you had Archer, who was that X factor, who would come in and had the knack of taking wickets early. And now you have what would be considered a less potent attack. Then you expect the criticism to come from the media. What is going to be important is that Captain Joe Root will have to rally his troops and get them to compete well against the West Indies if they're going to have any opportunity, any chance of victory. But if we were to just fast forward to next week, what do you think are the chances of the West Indies team and in terms of and what strategy, what do you think West Indies will need to do if they're going to win the Test match?
First and foremost, they have to bat well. They have to get off to a good start. John Campbell, he has another opportunity. We know the captain is going to be the captain. The way he bats and so forth, he's going to be the anchor of the innings. But the other batters, especially our middle order, now there is no rust and chase. And Keno Bonner and these guys, they have to step up to the plate and do the job. If we can, I think our bowling attack, can get on top of the England batters. They have a few inexperienced players as well in terms of on the international level. So our bowling attack, can pose a real check to them. So it all boils down to our batting, and that I guess that's the norm for a number of years now.
Captain Root has seen enough of Leach for the time being.
It's like Wood.
Looks as if he's going to give Wood a couple of overs from the southern end. We've seen him coming from the far end. We'll see how he looks now coming as he's going away from us from the southern end. And no doubt, Captain Root is trying to go for the victory. He wants wickets, wants these 4 wickets, 101 for 6, and he believes that if he's able to break this partnership, if he's able to get one of these 2 batsmen, then they could target the tail enders that are to come.
Well, you get better is now that you have to say all rounders now. We have some Max Sweeney scored 90 at the other day, and you have Archibald who scored some runs as well for Leeward Islands. So they are capable.
Wood is in, and this is driven hard, but good stop in the end. That was a good looking shot from Casey Carty, and that one gotten past the fielder there, Fisher, at that extra cover region. That certainly would have been 4. But if he can drive like that, I'm not understanding Sylvester Joseph why he doesn't want to play that shot more often. Why doesn't he want to come on that front foot and really stride out and play those shots? Because that was an exquisite shot. That was a beautiful shot, and he timed it well too. Just that he hit it straight to the fielder.
Yeah, see, because when he plays and come a lot more straight, they get more bats. They get more connection, better connection. Instead of playing squarer, like he's breaking his wrist, so he's not getting the power. So it's important that he continues to execute those kind of shots.
Wood is around the wicket to Reefer, who is playing into the mid-wicket region. Can't score.
But Casey, for the past maybe year or so, has looked the part in terms of, seems like you've been working hard in terms of also occupying the crease, and that is important as a young batter, that the more time that you spend in the wicket, the more you become comfortable within who you are and what you are capable of doing, and with more experience, then you can develop different shots and so forth. But you have to have that experience of batting long periods at this level, and knowing to yourself that you can bat long at this level.
Woods is in down the leg side. Stifled appeal from the English team. No real conviction in that. Interestingly, Sylvester, Ben Stokes is back out on the field. Thought we might have seen the last of him when he went off after those 5 overs in which he took 2 wickets. He's back out. Do you think that the England team will require Ben Stokes once again in this match?
Well, I hope not, but they're pushing for a victory. So in case that they need him to come on, I guess he's ready.
Wood is in, and again searching for that Yorker that is dug out and turned away by the left-handed Raymond Reefer.
It's all about having options. And Ben Stokes, he wants to get a ball as well, as he's bowling. He bowled that one to his captain.
Yes, sir,
let him know that
send in a signal.
Yeah.
I'm available. I'm here. Captain Joe Root. Wood is in to bowl. Short of a length.
You notice is more like when the left-handers are batting on strike, especially from around the wicket, where fast bowlers are whatever from around the wicket. It seems like there's the way the
whatever that ridge is. Whatever it is that's on the pitch, and they're all targeting that area.
Yeah.
Wood continues, he's in. Short of a length. Getting up on his toes is Reefer. Continues to show model defense. Good work. Higgins there, not out on 2 of 13. Carty is on 37 of 86. President's 11, 102 for 6.
And this partnership is growing slowly. The 2 of these players that are in Carty and Reefer look really confident and comfortable batting with each other, and it's a good sign. And for them to just keep going for as long as possible.
We're going to have the bowling continuing from the northern end. Who is this we're going to be having?
Well, we have never seen that action before.
Just trying to pick up. Is that Lawrence?
68 or 68? Let me check.
Is that Dan Lawrence? Looks to be Lawrence. I'm just trying to pick him up in my binoculars. It's an interesting action though that we've seen from him. Seems to do a lot of work in that action. Starts with a little bit of a walk. Plenty of antics.
And a twist with his hands.
Yep.
Yeah, that's Dan Lawrence. Yeah.
Dan Lawrence, who's bowling. Rob's the
something different.
Yep, rubs the ball in his shirt. And with that unorthodox action, he's bowling to the left-handed Raymond Reefer. So Joe Root just trying to work things to pretty much buy a wicket. He's trying all of his options. Here is Lawrence just with a delivery. That's talking about leg stump and Reefer trying to play it defensively. The ball just popped up a little bit. Was able to play it down in front of his toes though. No run. Lawrence wants that man to move from short leg to a silly point position. And there was a delivery that is cut away, backward of point for 4. Short outside the line of the off stump, giving himself a little bit of room. And Reefer crashed that one to the offside, picked up a boundary. 4 runs to Reefer, 107 for 6.
If he knows, if Dan Lawrence knows the culture of Barbados, he will know that he never bowl a base and short and wide.
You're asking for trouble?
You're asking for trouble.
He'll try once more. He gets pretty wide of the crease though, almost mashing that popping crease out wide. And Lawrence, this delivery just played away into the onside to end Lawrence's first over. 5 runs coming from it. 107 for 6. Carty's on 38, Reefer on 6.
Yeah, good stuff so far by these two batters. I just appreciate the fact how they complement each other. Not only because of the left and the right hander, but the two of them look like they're in good touch. And it's a good time, I think, in their careers to be batting. They enjoy their game at the moment, and they can only go from strength to strength, especially from an experience like this. They can only go from strength to strength. So it's pleasing to see,
Wood starts once more, sprinted in from in front of us. Short delivery. Carty is pulling it down to the long leg fielder. Just a single. Wood walks back. Has a pretty long run up.
I understand it's the legendary Michael Holden told him to extend his run, and I think from all reports, like he's a lot more comfortable and he generates a lot more pace.
And he would if you're able to really bound in, get that energy going, you'll get momentum going forward. He's charging in now. Going into the left-handed Reefer.
And not only that, I think it helps also with his injuries, because he was I guess he's very injury prone. So, but from ever since, I think he have more consistency playing, if I'm not mistaken.
Certainly.
So the legendary Mikey Holden, so he had a nice long run up as well.
Sometimes people used to say that he would push off the fence.
Yeah.
Not quite pushing off the fence is Wood. And he would as he goes in. Another Yorker length delivery, just trying to fire those Yorkers in. Defensive work again from Raymond Reefer. Raymond Reefer has looked solid. He has looked very solid in the way that he has approached his innings. In both instances, even though he's early into this one, 18 deliveries, he's not looked to have been in any trouble. And himself and Casey Carty, who put on that big partnership in the first innings for the President's 11, they're going to have to do it again. But if Wood has his way, they would not. Here is he hitting the bat very hard of Raymond Reefer. Again, just a defensive shot into the offside field. Wood tends to fire in those Yorker length deliveries. He seems to like he attacks the stumps quite a bit with his bowling. Not seemingly a bowler that bowls a lot of length, but he seems to be one of those attacking ones that's you're either going to get it right up at your toes, or you're going to get it short and aggressive as he goes. He comes into bowl to you. He's running in hard and bowling and covering up again is Raymond Reefer. Score remains on 107 for 6.
Well, no doubt about it, Woods is an attacking bowler. He looks to pick wickets. Short spells, look to get wickets. So he'll be either, full to the stump or maybe aggressive, short and aggressive at you. Try to intimidate you in some way, but he's basically a strike bowler. We would refer to a type like Wood.
Continues to battle away. And Reefer, the end of another over, 108 for 6. We've had 49 overs. Carty is on 39. Reefer is on 6.
Yeah, Carty is on the brink of another half century, and a very good one, especially in a situation where not only scoring, but he's also batting a lot of time, which is vitally important at this present moment.
So Lawrence is standing at the far end. Looks as if he's going to continue. He has a slip in. Man at backward point. Cover is deep. Mid off. Lawrence. That unusual action is in. And Carty's on the back foot. Beaten by that one. Again, should be looking to push forward. Was on the back foot, and that one going past the outer edge of the bat. Almost a delayed reaction from Lawrence. Begins to move it now. He's in, and he's tossing one up, and the cart is driving it hard back past him for 4. So it was pitched up to him, and he was driving it hard. For a moment I thought Lawrence had gotten a hand onto it, but the ball sped past him and into that long off boundary for 4 runs.
Well, he got a bit of his hands on it, but that was a hit that was struck with immense power. You can see the bottom hand, with that extra power, whipping that one just past Lawrence. Good shot by Carty.
He's in again, flight into Carty. He's going to get a run as he's driving this one in. That's pulling Captain Joe Root from mid-off into an extra cover position, and the batsmen were able to walk through for a single. So we've had 3 innings completed so far in this match, and for the most part England they've been on top. Lawrence around the wicket to the left-handed Reefer. Reefer again works it into the backward square region for a single. England 466 in the first innings. Then restricting the West Indies President's 11 when they batted to 264 all out. Carty gets one that is put away over the backward square position. Got down on one knee. It was outside of his legs and put it away for 4. He goes up now to 49 and on the cusp of another half century.
Yeah, and he's a good sight. Done. He's not really a regular spin bowler.
I think he's pretty much brought on to try and buy a wicket.
And in times like this, you cash in when you get opportunities.
You get opportunities because he's bowled some loose deliveries. Lawrence is in again, and Carty is wanting that single, but has to stay in his ground as the ball is away into that point region, but fielded very quickly by Crawley. Brings up the end of over number 50. The total is 118 for 6.
Good partnership building. Nice, lovely partnership building again. 28 in a short time, you know, and the scoring is they're scoring freely, and also batting good timing. So it's all working in the benefit of the West Indies President 11, and you know the management staff would really want this team to fight to the end and save this game.
Refer is getting a short delivery that probably didn't rise as high as he might have expected. It was hammered into the pitch by Markwood and not rising at all. What is walking back to his mark, walk past his captain route, no doubt, continues to shine the ball. Once he gets into the sprint and rushes in. Refer is playing defensively once more. So Refer continues to bat on. 7 he scored off his 24 deliveries. Carty, see the score has been adjusted. He's now on 48. Scoreboard had said 49. The manual scoreboard has him on 50. So we have 3 scores going around. There is a full toss from Wood. And the umpire just probably having a quiet word with him as he is coming back. They're trying to encourage him as they're hoping that he can get the breakthrough that England needs if they're going to force victory. They need 4 wickets. And they have about an hour and 10 minutes in which to do so. Woods is in, sprints in. Single and offer. So the President's 11 goes up by 1 to 119 for 6. Refer is on to 8. Carty, who is on 48, comes into strike.
It's strange to see a practice game like this, you know, goes so deep.
Well, England wants to win. I think they want the morale boosting, so they're trying their best. And it would have gone this way too, simply because they would have gotten the 6 wickets so far in the second innings for the President's 11. Had one of the earlier top order batsmen, or maybe the situation had been different, that it would have been probably 120 for 2 at this stage. Might have been, you know, handshakes going up all around. But with 6 wickets down, and they tend to feel that the lower order batting of the President's 11 is not as strong as it might be, we might want it to be. And the way that they were able to clean up the tail in the first innings, they are thinking that it's just a matter of time that if we get 1 here, 1 could bring 4. But it's Refer and Carty who continues to battle. Refer on strike. He's on 8. Carty's on 49 of 96 deliveries, and he has played well. We must give him credit. This is on the line of the leg stump, and Refer will get another run into the deep. Pulls Bairstow off of the boundary and brings up the end of another over. 51 gone, 121 for 6. Carty and Refer at the crease.
seems like the captain and the batters are in discussion. Like I think probably they're thinking about calling, but probably they're going to wait until the final hour.
When the final hour.
Because really, truly, I think in the next one, about 7 minutes to 5.
The next 7 minutes or so, we should see the signal for the final hour.
You know, and normally in a regular game, that at 5 o'clock the game should have been over. You know, so let's wait and see. These two batters maybe define the the advancement of our English team, and hopefully it seems like after all they're thinking about, boy, this is hard work.
Lauren still battling, and we for just missing one that was angled down the leg side. There's a stifled appeal coming from the English players. Lawrence, almost as if he has to wind up to get into his action. There's a little bit of antics, a little flick, and then both hands move up into the air, and almost as if he has to wind himself up to bowl. Still trying to get through that defense of Raymond Reefer. Reefer continues to battle. He's on 9. This is Lawrence. The delivery outside the line of the leg stump. But with his complicated action, I tend to think that he would bowl 2 or 3 loose deliveries per over. And so you just have to wait for those ones that are probably outside of your legs or wide, or where you can free up your arms. Carty facing as he's over the wicket to Carty, who's right-handed. Carty is going to get another run easily. So one more. Remember, get your tickets if you want to go to the test match next week from the 8th to the 12th at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Visit windiescricket.com/tickets and get your tickets, of course. 123 for 6. Carty is on 49. Reefer is on 10.
Nice showing so far. Just taking taking some air out of the England seal, and good partnership continue from first innings between these two, and valuable innings here again for the President's 11 team.
And clearly these two have been the best on show in terms of the batting of the President's 11.
No doubt.
Devon Thomas would have come in with the form. He was the batsman in form in terms of the domestic competition. Had 2 failures though in this match. 1 and not. Thought when he walked out he looked positive, but just didn't get into his stride. Got caught with both feet on the crease, just not coming out, and he reached for a delivery that pretty much top-edged back or took a leading edge to the bowler. So he would have failed, but these two, Casey Carty and he's edging, just as I was talking about that. Leach has come back and he's turned one from Carty, and he just almost guided it into the hands of one of the slip fielder. Carty goes for 49. The 7th wicket has fallen. It's 123 for 7. Let's just look at this one again. Gets it just on about the off stump. That one turned a bit and just guided it with the bounce into the hands of the slip fielder. Carty is gone. He's gone for 49. 123 the total now for 7.
Unfortunate, for Carty in terms of well bowled. I must say well bowled there by Jack Leach. I mean, a situation like that probably should have been looking to come forward some more. His first delivery from a new spell. You know, we have to be watchful and be selective. And that one looked like a nothing shot in the end. Just guided it straight to the first pan. But good bowling there by Jack.
They've called time on the game. We see handshakes going up all around. The batsman had walked out to the crease, and then after a little bit of a discussion,
that's quite surprising, isn't it?
After a little bit of a discussion, the handshakes go up, and both teams are shaking hands. The President's 11 players are coming out from the dressing room, and the England team is coming across just to shake their hands, probably just to say thank you for the effort that they would have put in. Colin Archibald had made his way out to bat, but the England team, they've had enough, and just about with an hour to go in the match, with the President's 11 on 123 for 7, Joe Root, and of course the captain of the President's 11 in Shane Dorridge. They have decided to call things off. So the match ends in a draw, but England no doubt would have achieved the objective. They would have felt that they've seen enough. They've gotten enough practice. They've had a good bat. They've seen their bowlers bowl, and they would have called time on the situation here today. So match ends in a draw. Marley Richards, your thoughts on the game so far?
Quite surprised actually that the guys decided to call the game off at this time, just at that stage when Casey Carty would have been out, 7 wickets down. I think England possibly could have pushed for the victory. And like we say, winning is a habit. This team has struggled for wins in the last 18 months or so, and it would have been nice from their perspective if they could have gotten over the line and proven that they could have taken 20 wickets in these conditions. But I think generally a good workout overall for them. Batters got to spend time in the middle. Johnny Bairstow in particular scoring 100. Dan Lawrence batting well in both innings. Joe Root as well spending time. And the bowlers as well got to get through their paces. You know, you think of Mark Wood here on the final day coming in, getting some good work in, and Ben Stokes as well. So they'll be pretty happy in terms of the preparation. Maybe they would have liked another game as well, but time isn't on their side when it comes to that. But they'll be happy with the preparation they got.
And some of the youngsters from the West Indies President's 11, some of the emergency fielders and others who are around, taking the opportunity to get a photo with Captain Joe Root and Ben Stokes together just a short while ago. They're certainly going to treasure that photo that they had an opportunity, and one or two of the England players. We see Lawrence just walking across with some of the West Indies President's 11 players, just having a little chat, probably just going across to say thank you, and the players are just having a very casual time here at the end of this game.
Casey Carty actually having a good chat there with Joe Root. Seems that they're having an intense chat about batting.
And Root just giving him some pointers. Some pointers. Yeah.
All valuable experience. And, you know, Casey Carty, this wouldn't have happened if he wasn't selected here. He's come out, he's put in a good performance, I think. Bit disappointing to give it away, I think, in both innings. You know, I think he contributed to his own dismissal, but at the same time, still good signs from Casey Carty for the future and the present, actually. Looks like he's improving, and he'll need to improve even more if he's going to stake a claim for a place in this test team.
So England 466 for 6 declared. The President's 11 264 all out in their first innings. And in the second innings, England 164 for 4 declared. And right at the end, the President's 11 getting to 123 for 7. And with the fall of Casey Carty for 49, handshakes all around. And that conversation between Casey Carty and Joe Root continuing. As we look forward to the test match, which starts next week, what are the chances of the West Indies? Do you think that the West Indies have a genuine chance of defeating England in this test series?
Yeah, I think actually both teams are quite evenly matched, to be honest. I think it should be quite an interesting series, very competitive. Both teams in a bit of transition. England in particular, 8 members from the Ashes squad being dropped for this tour. So they're a team in transition, and a lot of players not quite as secure in the English setup at this point in time. So they'll be looking to secure positions, and that will make this series very competitive.
Who do you think are going to be some of the important players in terms of both teams for the West Indies and for England? That could make a difference.
Well, the senior players, it starts at the top for the West Indies with Craig Brathwaite, probably the best batter in the West Indies team, and John Campbell as well, returning to the team. So it'll be important that those two set the foundation for the rest of the batting lineup. I think possibly Kyle Mayers, just under a little bit of pressure with, some batters around scoring runs. Raymond Reefer scoring 100 in particular in this game. Devon Thomas, just breathing down the necks of these middle order batters as well. From the England perspective, Ben Stokes, Joe Root, these guys are going to be central to the plans of England. Mark Wood, now the leader of this bowling attack in the absence of Broad and James Anderson. So they'll be looking for more from him as well to be the leader of this attack. Ollie Robinson, though he probably pulled up in this game, not really bowling that many overs. They look to him to provide control.
How will the West Indies get 20 wickets in that test match?
I don't know. We have to see the pitch. We haven't seen the pitch. We don't really know the conditions. I think.
What kind of conditions would they be hoping for? What type of pitch would they? If they were to be able to speak to Anthony Merritt, the curator up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, what would they be saying to him? Give us what?
I think they'd want a wicket that would aid their fast bowlers. I think the combination is going to be 4 seamers, a spinner, and another supporting seamer, maybe in Kyle Mayers. So I think when it comes to that, they're going to have to bat well if they're going to want those conditions, but also the pitch is going to have to play into the favour of the fast bowlers if West Indies are going to take 20 wickets.
All right, thank you very much, Marley Richards. As we've seen on our screen, match drawn, England 466 for 6, CWI Presidents 11 264, England 164 for 4 in the second innings, and CWI Presidents 11 ending on 123 for 7. So the match has ended in a draw. Good warm-up for England. And of course, it's all over now to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium from March 8th to the 12th for the first Apex Test match between the West Indies and England. Of course, coverage will be of the match on television. And so we invite you to go and get your tickets and be a part of the festivities from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. On behalf of all of us here, commentators Vernon Springer and expert comments from Marley Richards and from Sylvester Bouncing Joseph. And of course, thank you to our technical producers and all who made the broadcast possible. Denmo Roberts saying thank you very much for joining us, and see you next time for more cricket on the West Indies YouTube channel. Good night.
Good night.